Well, good morning here on the Gelbvieh side. I think a really nice class of heifers right down to the very bottom. And honestly, this top trio will throw some challenges at you because I don't think there's one even close to exactly the same as you study them. But initially, I think the best built, the best structured, the one that in terms of her maturity pattern in relation to her age probably fits me the best is a young man's going to go ahead and win this class. And I guess, yeah, she maybe's pushing just a little bit lower shoulder. But when we study this one out in motion, her angles, her looseness of skeleton, her looseness of top, ever so slight, you could say she's a little more uncoordinated in how she hits her hawk to the ground from behind as the heifer in second and third. But I think from a balance and eye appeal and look standpoint and softness of skeleton and her upper skeleton, that this one probably needs to surface in my mind rather handily. To me, it's a pair in second and third, and the heifer in second's got a little more size to her. That's a big, rugged, big-bodied, good-made, dang good cow. And then I think we study this one, the front end of her shoulder, the front end of her skeleton's probably pretty comparable to the one that ends up going third, but she is a little looser in her back, a little looser in her spine when we ask her to go. Even though she's maybe just a little robotic in the way she handles that hind leg, she is better footed in terms of squareness of toes, squareness and depth of heel than the heifer that'll be in third here today. On the heifer in third, and on the standstill, she probably more closely resembles your class winner just in terms of type and kind than the one in second. Big-bodied, great shape to her rib. When we ask that one to go, that's where we could change her. You can study that front end of her skeleton pushing forward just a little. She wants to roll up in her top just a little bit. And I mentioned that ever so slight feet thing, but I think that thing could be managed and overcome easily on down the road. Another pair of heifers here on the bottom end. There's one that's a little softer, a little plainer in her look, but she's softer and maybe just a little more athletic in the way that you ask her to go and move and study this one at the ground. The heifer in fifth's the bigger, stouter one that's got plenty of dimension, maybe a notch more look up through her front third, but maybe not quite as agile or as neat when you ask her to go as the heifer there in front of her. But tremendous class. A class winner, I think, wins relatively easily, and then a pair there for second and third. I wouldn't mind which way you go.
Well, thank you, Brigham, and congratulations. In Class 1, your Balancer Spring Heifer Calves. First place is going to go to back number 102, exhibited by Cody Clary of Saluda, South Carolina, with GHGF 200H. Second place is going to go to back number 183, CTR Cruella 001H, exhibited by Annalise Starr of Sableton, Nebraska. Third place will go to MDR 005H Holly, exhibited by Elizabeth Ellis of Enid, Mississippi. Fourth place is going to go to JNCC 025H Lady May, exhibited by Cameron Novak of Bland, Missouri. And in fifth place will be back number 105, BARG 033H Daytona, exhibited by Jacob Barwick of Orleans, Nebraska. Next in ring 1 in your Balancer show will be Class 2, Spring Heifer Calves born after April 1st to April 30th. Currently in ring 2 is Class 2B, April Heifer Calves in your Junior Red Angus show.
Well, another good class of these Red Angus females right here. This young man's dark red heifer that's going to come out and win the class quite easily in my mind. Does so, I think, on structure alone, you can get her up here in the top end. This one's so good all the way down to the ground. She's so secure off all four corners. Study the size, the shape, and the circumference of that foot. That's just the right kind of built animal from the ground up. I love the rib. I love the dimension, the internal capacity from end to end. Maybe not quite as elegant and just super slick up through that throat latch and up through that crest of that neck. But you know what? There's a ton of cow from that neck back. And if you're going to discount one that much for how they look out through that front end, you're going to miss an awful good one right there that's going to win that class. Young man's heifer that's going to come second has got that look up through that front 1/3, and I like that about her. She just wants to roll up out of the top side of that scapula just a little bit more so than ideal for me. I like to fix her up on the transition when we get right off the back side of that shoulder as well, and then fix her off of those rear two as we watch her travel. She gets a little deviated through that hock and through that hind leg as we watch her off on the go. Just not as secure and comfortable as the heifer that precedes her and wins the class. Young lady's heifer that comes third is one that's got a really nice look to her. I love the profile. I would like to maybe see a little more added femininity up through that front 1/3. You couple that along with the fact she's just not as stout and powerful and naturally thick and dimensional as the two heifers above her, and she falls into that third spot for me quite easily. I think the young man's heifer that comes next has got a really bright future in front of her. I would like to change her at the ground. I think we need to add a little more circumference and depth of heel to this one's foot design. When we study the toes, when we study the angles all the way down the ground, just give her a little more surface area down there to get out and feel a little more comfortable and a little more just relaxed as we watch her out on the go. Just a little tentative at times and maybe just wants to get a little hesitant as we watch her out on the go. Young man's heifer that rounds the corner now is one really has a nice striking profile, and you love the balance and symmetry to that one. I like to soften her out and through that underline, particularly through that fore-rib and flank, and just to give her a little more softness and lower rib shape to ideally match up with what we see within the rest of the class. A broody heifer that comes after her, one that gets a little bowed up the spine, a little restricted off of both ends of that spine as well. Loosen her up and see a little more flexibility off of both ends. The next couple of heifers that come next, larger frame females, maybe just don't have the natural width and power today to go along with that extra size and scale to move them up any higher. And then a pair of cattle that come after and round out a really good set, just not enough dimensional muscularity throughout and not enough width and volume and mass to really compete with the rest of them within the lineup.
Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor, and congratulations in Ring 2, Class 2B April Heifer Calves. First place is going to go to back number 642, EGL Dream Girl, 0077, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 545, TC Topeka, 98H, exhibited by Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. Third place is going to go to back number 530, Lacey Lakota 8105, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Fourth place will go to CJRJ Warcraft's Baby 411H, exhibited by Colton Jones of Mountainville, Missouri. Fifth place is going to go to back number 539, 7KZG Heirloom Rose Y02H, exhibited by Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. Sixth place is going to go to Newt Hutchinson of Canton, Oklahoma. Seventh will go to Madison Moldenhauer of Valley Center, Kansas. Eighth place, Cade McCracken of Elva, Oklahoma. Ninth, Dylan Odell of Chillicothe, Missouri. 10th will go to Wyatt Kofi of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to all of our junior exhibitors in Class 2B April Heifer Calves. Currently in Ring 2 will be Class 3A March Heifer Calves. For those of you that are joining us ringside, in Ring 1 is currently Class 2 Spring Heifer Calves in your balancer show.
I think, again, a challenging class and a top trio of heifers that are really, really nice, especially, and again, all a little different in their type and kind. The one that does the least amount of faults of the two more advanced or the two stouter ones is the one I used to win the class. And again, she comes with just a little more throat latch. Someone's going to have to manage that on down the road to make sure that stays thin and true and cowy. But from there back, she's just really good in terms of shape. She's really eye-catching in terms of the flatness of bone and the way that hind leg carries down into her foot. And then when we ask her to go, she still gets down and plants that hind foot right in terms of stability, even though she's acting a little odd here today, not necessarily just giving you a great look on the move, but all her angles read good, her foot reads true. And I think that thing, again, when you get her slowed down and just let her go, she gets out and reaches and travels the way that she's supposed to with all the extra glam and look. The heifer in second, probably on the standstill, one you like just a little bit better is this one, and she is. She's a little trimmer and neater about her front third, maybe a little higher in the way she sets her neck out of the top of her shoulder, and just maybe just a shot longer and neater there as well. As we study them in terms of mass and power, this one's plenty dimensional, much like our class winner, just in terms of rib and dimension, and maybe the class winner in terms of that regard. But when we ask this one to go, she's maybe just a little more robotic in the way that she wants to handle that hind leg here today. Could be the fact that she's just a calf in the ring here today, not maybe just getting out and reaching like she normally does at home. But that's what places that pair up there on the top end for me, is the way this one moves, just a little bit different there off her hind wheels. The heifer here in third, and to me, she's the one that I probably have the most trouble with, because I really like this heifer. I think from a quality and a feminine look standpoint, she does a lot of things right. I love the added extra look and neatness in the way that she's put together. Her ability to move and get out and reach the way she does is ideal too. It's just a fact to me whether she's just a really late maturing one that gives up some advancements over them first and second place heifers, or is she just a little bit maybe, and for lack of better terms, just a little harder in their appearance. So to me, that's the one to look out for come this next year as a big one, because I think that one could roll up a couple spots here with a little more weight on her. Really big, powerful heifer comes in next, gives up a little extra look and pizzazz up through her front end as the heifer there in front of her. Maybe one for me, though, just in terms of power and performance and kind, she does a lot of things right. Just gives up the added look. A pair of heifers here in the bottom end that contrast in type. Big, stout, extremely heavy, muscled one in terms of power and dimension. Really good in terms of her foot and her foot size as you study this one. Maybe just a shot too round as I study her in her appearance in comparison to some of these other cattle, but still one that from an EST standpoint is the stoutest, is the heaviest muscled in the class. And I wouldn't mind if you'd want to switch that pair here, because this one is a shot more maternal in terms of her muscle pattern, a little more maternal in terms of her movement, but she just needs to be stoutened up and maybe prettied up to place any higher. But really, really nice class, and a top trio of heifers that are actually pretty hard to sort and challenging to sort, because I think the future will be kind of interesting in those initial three.
Well, thank you and congratulations in ring one. First place in your spring heifer calves in our balancer show is going to go to back number 110, KARR H96E, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place will go to back number 109, MDR003H, Hannah, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Costity, Oklahoma. Third place is going to go to back number 107, CBR exhibited by Kylie Brown of Dwight, Kansas. Fourth place is going to go to CRLL 0102H, Miss Heidi, exhibited by Maya Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Fifth place will go to back number 184, CTR 2020H, Miss Sandhills, exhibited by Alex Starr of Stapleton, Nebraska. And in sixth place is going to go to CTR 0003H, Tumbleweed, exhibited by Alex Starr of Stapleton, Nebraska. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And next in ring one will be class 3, spring heifer calves born between March 11th and March 31st. Currently in ring 2 is class 3A, March heifer calves in your junior Red Angus show.
I think a really good place to start here with the young ladies heifer, and to me, she just checks the most boxes. I think in terms of performance and dimension and just cow character, some of those things she does quite well. And then when we ask her to go, she's probably the best in this class in terms of stability and the way that she's built in her foot and the angles that she presents when we study her on the move. So I think one that surfaces rather handily in that respect. Second and third's kind of challenging to me because they're so different. And the Heifer second's the big, stout, big bone, really big-footed one that's got the most dimension and most power of any of these three heifers. And I think that's what makes it so challenging is because she's got so many ESTs, but yet she's still put together good and still functional enough in terms of her build, even though we could relax her just a little bit off of that hind leg. The Heifer in third, again, and what makes it so challenging is because she's so female in terms of her look, and her skeleton's really nice in terms of softness and the way that she's built. She's obviously a little later maturing than the others. She maybe don't hook up her pins or her hooks and pins near as neat as the Heifers there in front of her. And then when we ask her to go to, she's still just a little uncoordinated in the way she wants to track off them hind two. So to me, if she was just a little more stable in that hind leg, I think I'd go ahead and switch that pair in second and third because I do like that kind. I like her head shape. I like her maturity. But to me, a class winner that surfaces rather handily.
Well, thank you, Brigham, and congratulations. In Class 3, Spring Heifer calves born between March 11th and March 31st. First place is going to go to back number 112, BNW 0067H, Prairie Gal Hallelujah, exhibited by Megan Waite of Pritchett Oak, Colorado. Second place will go to back number 114, DTKF 162H, DTK Hope, exhibited by Colin Bird of Hampton, Iowa. And in third place is going to go to back number 111, ELC 08H, Miss Hadley, exhibited by Brooke Cooper of Burdett, Kansas. Next in ring 1 will be Class 4, Spring Heifer calves born between March 1st and March 10th. Once again, in ring 2, we are still working Class 3A, March Heifer calves. We would like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that masks are required to be worn while in the show ring, in the stands, and in the barns. Once again, we appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy.
Well, they just keep bringing the heat over here in the Red Angus show, and another one of these classes that from top to bottom, just quality cattle all the way down the line. I think the young lady's darker red heifer here that's going to lead off does so quite handily in my estimation. This is a combination heifer for me within this lineup. She's one that's got plenty of stoutness, plenty of rib shape and mass and volume, and then a ton of look and a ton of balance and a ton of eye appeal. And that's what really comes together for me, is just all those things put together in a flawless, seamless type of a package that you can't draw a big issue with. This one's good in her angles. She's good at the ground. I like the way she gets out and travels. She handles her hock and her hind leg appropriately when we set her out on the move and view her from behind. I think this one's just an awful good heifer here to start off this lineup. The next couple of heifers within the lineup here, maybe just a little stouter boned and a little stouter featured in parts and pieces than the female that leads off this lineup. And I think this young lady's heifer that's going to come second is just shows me more rib shape and natural dimension, particularly through that fore-rib and flank than the heifer that comes into the third spot for me. I love this one in terms of that feet and leg design and how big-footed she is, and the circumference and the size and the shape to that foot. Maybe not quite as elegant in the way that she's designed through her transition segments versus that heifer that leads off the class, but an awful good female in her own right to be second in a highly competitive lineup. Young lady's heifer here in the third spot. Again, like the rib shape. I like the dimension out of that hip. She gets a little pinched up there through that top side shape. When we talk about muscling right behind that shoulder and how it doesn't flare back with enough turn to that rib, she doesn't handle her hock, and that's due to the fact it's not aligned quite appropriately enough through that with that pin bone. When we get off to the side of her, we need to push that thing back up underneath of her skeleton and angle that just with a little more appropriateness to get her and to get her to balance up structurally versus the heifers that stand right above her, but still one that has a tremendous future in front of her on down the road. Young lady's heifer that comes next, really tall at the point of her shoulder and the point of her hip, and I appreciate that extra size and scale. Along with that, maybe just need to open her up underneath when we talk about base width at times and watch her view, watch her travel away from us. She gets a little concaved, a little flatter about that stifle versus the heifers within the lineup on either side of her. I think one that can certainly mature into a nice bred heifer for this young lady on down the road. The one that's a big outlier within the lineup is the heifer that comes next, and this is one that you need to decide where you're going to go and what you're going to do and where you want to put your priorities. This one is just super stout, bold sprung, massive down her top and out of her hip, tremendous amount of power. When you talk about muscle expression and definition of muscling, this one has it. Just a little bit too much within this lineup and within this breed for me today to feel comfortable moving her up any higher. She gets a little round at times and a little coarser at times due to the fact that she's just so stout and powerful, but that's an intriguing breeding piece for a program on down the road. Couple of heifers that come next, females. I'd like to set them down with a little more comfortability and athleticism when we get them out here and watch them hit the ground off of all four corners. I think this young lady's heifer in particular wants to stab those back in with a little more authority and stiffness than what needs to be. We just need to relax her ever so slightly. Young lady's heifer that comes next is one that's a ton of power and a ton of performance in terms of mass and rib shape. Just need to maybe open her up at times when we talk about one all the way down to the ground. The next couple of heifers within the lineup get a little plainer in their makeup for me, maybe not quite as smooth in their transitioning, and some of their balance points could be shifted as well as giving them a little more natural thickness in their overall mass.
Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor, and congratulations in Ring 2. First place in your March Heifer Calves class will go to back number 553, HEH Faith 15, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second place is going to go to back number 511, HH Miss Pride 0156, exhibited by Kylie Bragg of Salado, Texas. Third place is going to go to back number 492, TC Ellie 63H, exhibited by JC Strutzman of Milford, Nebraska. Fourth place is going to go to back number 529, HH Miss Pride 0155, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Fifth place is going to go to back number 699, HH Flo Marie 0154, exhibited by Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to Reese McMurphy. Seventh to Maddie Walters. Eighth to Luke Pladson. And ninth to Caden Smith. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in your March Heifer Calf class in our Junior Red Angus Show. Next class in the ring will be Class 3B, March Heifer Calves.
Another interesting class here, and some give and take on these top 3 or 4 heifers, but the one that I seem to lean on the most is the heifer I used to win the class. And again, as we study this one just in terms of look and skeletal build and attractiveness, on the standstill, she does that rather handily. And then you study this one from angles, or shapes good, or progressions in terms of dimension are good from front to rear. And then you ask her to go. She maybe ever once wants to roll up just ever so slight in that jump muscle. But I don't think it's a major flaw of hers. It's just an extra looseness or athletic thing that she does in terms of making sure she gets out and reaches with that extra body length. But I think, to me, she ties together the most dimension, the most look, the most balance of any in this particular class. The heifer in second, that's the moderate one that gives you a really, really interesting look. I think one that just in terms of female character and female look and body shape, you've really, really got to like her. I like her size in relation to even that class winner in terms of where she's at in her game from a cow standpoint. But when we get to breaking her down, she's maybe not near as, and I don't want to say elegant about her head, but she's just a little rougher around her poll, a little bigger in her head in relation to her size. When we ask her to go, she wants to loin down. So to each its own. That one rolls up just a little bit. This one loins down just a little bit. To me, a little extra muscle is what probably sorts this pair here today, but I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch that pair on the top end, because two really, really nice heifers. The heifer in third, again, a powerful one that's got a lot of cow look to her. Big-bodied, massive in terms of dimension and shape and the way that her muscle carries, but yet still female-looking in terms of her body type and the way that she's put together. When we ask that one to go, she wants to roll up just a little bit in her back, maybe push forward just a little in her shoulder. But I do really like this one just from her shoulders back, just her presence, her added substance of bone and look, and the extra dimension that she carries as well. The heifer in fourth is kind of interesting, and to me, there's some pieces of this one that make you want to maybe think she could win the class, and there's pieces of her that make you say maybe just rein her in just a little bit. But to me, we either need to just stouten her up just a little bit more, just in terms of true width and true dimension in terms of rib and muscle, or we need to tone her down just a notch in terms of size, just to balance her out, because I think her extra look, I think her athletic ability is good, I think the way she's put together in her lines is really good. She just don't have that fill-in shape or that bloom that them heifers that roll above her have, and because of that, she's just a little more uncoordinated on the move. A bottom pair of heifers here that just give up the extra performance to the rest of the class here today. The red heifer's got a touch more look, a touch more neatness up through her front end. Maybe as we study that one, a little bit leveler as we study her in terms of her top line. And the heifer that rounds out the class, maybe a notch more body, a notch more performance than the red one. But as we study her, she's a little plainer up through her front end, maybe just a little coarser as we study her in terms of her points, but still one that's got to this point and is athletic when you ask her to go. So really, really nice class, top trio heifers that I think are intriguing.
Well, congratulations in Class 4. This will be your spring heifer calves born between March 1st to March 10th of our Balancer Show. First place is going to go to back number 121. GHGF 814H Julia, exhibited by Cody Clary of Saluda, South Carolina. Second place is going to go to back number 120. OGSG 020H. Over Highly Confidential, exhibited by Bryson Kirkland of Jasper, Missouri. Third place is going to go to GDV 129H T-Bar SMS, exhibited by Hadley Ketterside of Cuba, Missouri. Fourth place will go to SEPT Abso-Freakin' ET, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Fifth place is going to go to GALG 5H1, exhibited by Racy Abney of Shawnee, Oklahoma. And in sixth place is going to go to BEDO 11H, Trella, exhibited by Bianca Benning of Cherokee, Oklahoma. Currently in Ring 1, we are welcoming back all first and second placings to select your champion and reserve champion, Spring Heifer Calf, in our Junior Balancer Show. Currently in Ring 2, we have Class 3B, March Heifer Calves, in your Junior Red Angus Show. Go ahead with the music whenever you're ready. For those of you joining us ringside or back in the barns, we would like to remind you that we do require you to wear masks at all times. Whether you're in the show ring, in the stands, or back in the barns, we appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy.
Over here for your first division in the balancer show, I think there's a really nice set of females, and I think every class maybe had some of its challenges just because there was two different types or two different kinds to sort from, and it kind of puts you on the fence on which side you want to roll on. And to me, I just try to stay on the side that's the most complete or checks the most boxes, and don't get too far out of the realm in terms of how they're built. So I think with that being said, we talk these class winners pretty extensively in class. I think there's one out here that maybe hits me the hardest, maybe a shot big for her age, but I think she probably hits me the hardest as the one that checks the most boxes, and that's the young lady's heifer out of the second class. She'll be your champion.
Well, congratulations to your division champion. That'll go to Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri with KARR H96E. Second place out of her class was exhibited by Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma.
I think after that, it maybe gets just a little bit more challenging because you have some different you can sort on just in terms of some type and kind, some maturity, and some different stuff. But there is one that probably follows that one relatively close in terms of type and kind and build. But I'm going to study these just for a second longer before I pick my reserve.
Jacob, go up with the music just a little bit. And reserve champion in that division is going to go to back number 109, MDR 003H, Hannah, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in our Spring Heifer Calf division here in the Balancer Show. Next in ring one is going to be Class 6 winter heifer calves born between February 16th to February 29th, 2020. Currently in ring 2, we are working Class 3B March heifer calves in our Junior Red Angus show. This one? This is 3B March heifer calves.
Another class of quality females from top to bottom. An interesting pair up here at the top end. This young lady's heifer that's going to win the class for me. I think here's one that just puts it all together. You study the profile, you study the body and the balance and the shape to this one. Down that top and out of that hip, she's just so appropriate in the way that she's designed, the way that she's put together from end to end and top to bottom. Get her out on the move. You like the squareness to her structure all the way down to the ground, how elegantly she is when she gets out and moves around the ring. So fluid, so smooth off of all four corners. I'd say she's a really nice heifer up here at the top end. One that's a little more moderate in her stature is the one that the young man has in the second spot. She's not as elongated in her vertical bones, maybe not as stretchy off of both ends of her spine as that heifer that precedes her, or maybe the one that comes right after her. But this one's so good in her rib shape. I love the robust nature to that center 1/3, how much volume and internal capacity she shows you. I think if this one will go through a little bit of a growth spurt and kind of gain some size and stature, she can certainly run with the top end of any class you want to put her in because of the quality that she puts together. Young man's heifer that comes into the third spot, I think she garners this spot for me due to the fact that she's just so good all the way down to the ground when we set her out on the move. She's more secure off all four corners. You get her out there, she's more appropriate in terms of her strength or her structure, particularly out of that hock. She's a little less deviated. She is more fluid back there than the heifer that comes right after her, and she bodies up quite nicely. Long spine, level top, good shape to that rib as well. Good shape to the top part of that pelvis. Young lady's heifer that comes next is one, again, you love the rib shape, you love the dimension of muscling down her top and out of that hip, really bold in through that stifle and lower quarter. Doesn't handle her rear two with enough flexibility today for me to feel comfortable moving her up any higher, but I like that one. I think she's still got some future left in her. The next couple of heifers within the lineup are females that are long spine and level topped and good out of their hip. Maybe they get a little flatter made at times when we talk about the turn to that top, or maybe the muscle expression down low and through that quarter and stifle. I think young man's heifer right here has got a good bit of cowiness to their center part of her rib. Just need to maybe just stouten her up ever so slightly to elevate her within this lineup. The next couple of 2-3 heifers here that come next are females that have some look, have some balance and eye appeal, maybe not structurally correct enough today to move them up the line. And then the next couple of heifers that round out this class, females that get a little bolder maybe through that shoulder, maybe just don't have enough natural dimension and mass and volume today to move up any higher within this lineup.
Boy, a really nice class over here on the balancer side, and I think there's some pairs you can study, but I really like this class winner. I think just the combination of look and balance and skeletal build on top of one that's got enough to her, and then you study her, know she's not the most massive or she's not the furthest along just in terms of sheer bloom or dimension, but you can tell this kid's been feeding this one skinny and trying to keep her to hold her for the long game. And you can tell that if this holds together and she continues to keep growing and impressing people just in terms of dimension and balance and foot and bone size, this heifer's going to be real nice is a big one. An area to concern ever so slight, you can study her just a little bit in her knee. She's maybe not just perfect there, but I think she's still functional and still good in the way that she gets out in terms of mobility there as well. That's just being pretty critical of one. The red heifer that comes in second, and I think is close to the one that wins the class as any of the others in terms of balance and skeletal quality too. And this heifer never gets too worked up with the young man. She'll go as fast as she needs to go or slow as she needs to go. She's going to go her speed. And this thing's still sound and true in terms of her look. I love the cow appearance of her, the extra body shape and neatness or rib shape that she has. Thinness and trueness of neck, but yet still got a good head on her. I think that's a really nice top pair of heifers there, and there is some give and take for me. This one's maybe just a little lower in her head, maybe not as much size or as pizzazz or as much look as that one that wins the class, but I think she does a lot of the same things just in terms of trueness of body type and kind. Third and fourth is close for me, too. It's just when the third heifer's on the standstill, I think she's more in contention to win the class than she is to be fourth. So that's probably what made me sort this pair the way it is. I think just in terms of maternal look and body shape and body depth and flatness and smoothness of joints and the way that her neck ties into her shoulder and her shoulder into her big rib cage, I think she ties together those areas rather neat. It's when we get that one in motion up through her front third that I'd like to change that one and maybe makes her in contention in fourth in my mind. So to me, if this thing was just a little more elevated up through that front end, laid back a little more on her shoulder, I think that one rolls up a couple spots, but it makes it a pair here in my mind because of that. This is the big stout one, big, powerful body, big hipped, got the extra dimension and power probably of the class, and the only one that would rival her is the heifer right there and behind her. But as we also study her, she's maybe just a shot piecier in her look. She's a little thicker and bolder about her neck and shoulder, carrying a little more chest than them heifers there in front of her. But I wouldn't argue with you. She's good-footed. She's got the right shape to her body. To me, if she was just a little sleeker and a little more, I guess, feminine in terms of her shoulder and the way that she's built up through that front third, she could roll up a few spots. But I do appreciate the added power, the added dimension, and the way that she actually gets out and moves better on her front end than the heifer right there in front of her. So if that switches the pair, I wouldn't argue one bit. Red heifer that finishes out the class, again, one that's plenty stout. The extra muscle, extra dimension, all the way through. That thing's wide and bold in her chest floor, and still right in terms of her rib shape and her design. Again, when we study this one, though, she gets a little piecey on the move, wants to roll up just a little bit in her back and her jump muscle, maybe don't get out and track or handle that knee or front third of her skeleton quite as nicely as the heifer right there in front of her. But again, she's functional still in terms of her build and her structure, and that's just getting critical of one that's got a little extra power, and those pieces maybe just don't align quite as neatly as some of those that win the class. So really, really nice class of females. Top pair, I think, is really nice.
Well, thank you, Brigham. We're going to go back over to ring 2 for your results of Class 3B March Heifer Calves. First place in that class is going to go to back number 613, MF Ella 062, exhibited by Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to back number 597, TLC Man High Class 2002 HET, exhibited by Tartut of Rushford, Minnesota. Third place will go to back number 669, JCL Sweet Caroline 011H, exhibited by Joseph Wade St. John of Gainesville, Texas. Fourth place goes to back number 529, HHMS Pride 0155, exhibited by correction on that. Fourth place in that class is going to go to back number 694, AKW Miss Annie, exhibited by Addie White of Lexington, Kentucky. Fifth place will go to back number 583, ALT Dancer 325H, exhibited by Hunter Jones of Moundville, Missouri. Sixth place is going to go to Journey Schenkels of Marietta, Oklahoma. Seventh will go to Jack Borgland of Henning, Minnesota. Eighth place is going to go to Carter Holton of Cisco, Texas. Ninth will go to Wyatt Kofi of Stillwater, Oklahoma. 10th to Chloe Peoples of Rockwall, Texas. And 11th in your March Heifer Calves in our Red Angus class is going to go to Tyler Stevens Cattle Company of Cabot, Arkansas. Your results in ring 1 out of your junior balancer show, class 6, winner Heifer Calves. First place is going to go to BRAX H11 Miss Harley, exhibited by Braxton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Second place will go to BABR 1201H, exhibited by Owen Spencer of Perry, South Dakota. Third place is going to go to DTKF 124H, exhibited by Tinley Bird of Hampton, Iowa. Fourth place in that class will go to BAG 42H, Miss Dave, exhibited by Casey Martin, Oregon, Illinois. And fifth place in that class will go to BARG 012H, Hannah, exhibited by Jennifer Housden of Alma, Nebraska. Once again, congratulations to exhibitors in both classes in ring 1 and 2. Currently in ring 1, We have Class 7 winter heifer calves born between February 1st and February 15th. And currently in Ring 2 is the Class 4A February heifer calves in our Junior Red Angus show.
Well, we get all our class winners here on the Junior Red Angus side lined up to pick this first division, and I can't tell you how happy I am to see all 10 of these heifers actually come back out here and just really just blow my mind in terms of the quality they bring to the table. I'm supremely happy with all of these individuals out here and what they represent in terms of the quality aspects to their build and how good they are all the way down to the ground. The structure is right, the muscularity is right, the volume and the mass and the look and the balance are just spot on for me today. And I think there's one that just really elevates herself within this lineup quite handily in my mind. I'll go show you which one that is, and we'll take one more look for your reserve champion. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Class 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's Hadley Hartman. Well, congratulations in Ring 2. Your champion spring heifer calf is going to be exhibited by back number 553, Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska, with HEH Faith 15. Second place in that class exhibited by Kylie Bragg. And congratulations to your reserve champion senior heifer calf in our Junior Red Angus show, exhibited by back number 613, Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma, with MF Ella 062. Once again, if you could join me in putting your hands together for our Junior Red Angus exhibitors in our spring heifer calf division. Next to work in Ring 2 is going to be class number 4A, February heifer calves. We'd like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks, not only in the stands in the barns, but as well as in the show ring. Once again, we do require you to wear masks while here in the show ring, spectating our shows, and in the barns. We greatly appreciate your cooperation.
that's okay, I don't mind. A Texas boy just might find something in Oklahoma girl. When I met that girl, she took me where I'd never been before. Miles away from my so-called life, I didn't really care. She took me there.
The only two things in life that make it worth living is guitars that tune good and firm feeling women. I don't need my name in the marquee lights. I got my song, I got you with me tonight. Maybe it's time we got back to the basics of love. Let's go to Lukenbach, Texas, Waylon and Willie and the boys. This successful life we're living got us feuding like the Hatfields and McCoys. Between Hank Williams' pain songs and Newberry's train songs and Blue Eyes crying in the rain. Out in Lukenbach, Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. So baby, let's sell your diamond ring, buy some boots and faded jeans and go away. This coat and tie is choking me, and in your high society you cry all day.
We'd also like to highlight in our junior Red Angus ring your champion and reserve champion spring heifer calves in our bred known division. Champion is going to go to Hadley Hartman of Nebraska, and reserve will go to Jaron Goki of State Center, Iowa. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors as well.
makeup, perfume, and diamonds. You always impress, turn heads the second you walk through the door. You're like a real life work of fine art, baby, you're priceless. And I just wanna get home, get that black dress down on the floor. 'Cause when you got nothing on, there ain't nothing wrong. Loving you all night long's all I want to do. I've seen the mountains high, I've sailed the ocean blue. When you got nothing on, ain't nothing got nothing on you. You're better than Venice, Vegas, New York, LA, Paris. Baby, you're Vermont in the fall, the Grand Canyon on a full moon. Oh, and they can keep those high price mansions. I wouldn't trade places. Long as I'm here with you, baby, I've got a room with a view. That's when you got nothing on. There ain't nothing wrong. Loving you all night.
By far the toughest class to sort of the day, and I don't know if there's just a 100% right answer to it. And I took a little longer on this class because I think you go right on down here 5, 6, 7, 8 deep in this class, and there's good cattle, and that makes it challenging. And they're all just built just ever so slight a little different. And I just wanted to get it right in my head in terms of the one that I land on is the one I'm going to be happy with, because I know in a class like this, or in a particular class like this, there's 3 or 4 or 5 of these heifers here that are good enough to win their class at a big show, and good enough to win their class here probably as well. So when I break them down, though, to me, these two, again, I use that word complete or check the most boxes, and I think these two do it in terms of just I think balance and structural integrity and foot size, and then yet we're getting up into these older heifer calves. There's some substance and some dimension to them and some shape to them, like they should start kind of exposing themselves as well. So with that being said, I think these two kind of surface up because of that reason, and it's probably a little bit of a maturity advantage, but I think it's just a stoutness advantage that probably rolls them on up a little quicker. The heifer I used to win the class, to me, is just more mobile. Like, you study that thing's foot shape and her foot design, it's the best in the class and as good as any we've seen today, just in terms of trueness and squareness of toe and depth of heel and the way that she gets out and handles that thing when you get her in motion. And then you study her there from there up. She's the big, bold, stout one that ties together the most muscle shape, but does it smoothly in a female package. And I think, you could maybe round that tail head just a little bit more to kind of balance out that hip and make it not look so rigid in relation to some of these other heifers in second and third. But when we study this one's joints and her mobility and the way she gets out in tracks and hits the ground, I think that one, to me, surfaces in this class, in this particular class, especially against the heifer in second. The heifer in second, again, on the standstill, that's the one you lean towards. She's the soft and perfectly square, and the one that ties together her pieces in a square, true fashion on the standstill. And then yet you get her in motion. She's functional, and she gets out and moves. But I think if you'd ask her to go, if she was a little bit longer bodied or a little bit taller, or she had to take a 3-inch longer stride, the other heifer would do a better job of doing that. So in my mind, and that's the advantage in terms of her foot size and her squareness of toe. This one we study, both them heifers have just a a little more throat than the females in third and fourth, but it doesn't bother me. I think them things are functional in terms of their build and really, really good. So that's a nice top pair of heifers, and I wouldn't argue if you'd switch the pair or even roll one of these up. Third and fourth are almost built the same. One has hair and one doesn't have hair. And honestly, to each its own. This heifer in third's just real smooth. I think you study this one's structure, and her skeletal integrity is really, really good. Again, she's not as fluffy. She's not as stout boned. She maybe is a shot more cavernous in terms of her look than the heifers on either side of her. But you study her skeletal build. You study her head shape. You study her female look. She's got it all. And still, she has enough power. You study her top line. That thing connects like it should. It doesn't invert or exvert anywhere. And we study this one again in motion, and I really, really love this one. She holds her top as good as any in this particular class. And with that, if she was just a shot more mature, just a shot stouter, I'd use that one and roll her up a little bit more. The heifer in fourth, again, probably on the standstill, one that your eye just draws to immediately, just in terms of freshness and look and added volume that she has in terms of density of muscle and foot and bone size in relation to the one right above her. But as we study her, she's maybe just a shot more mature in her belly design and in the way that she spread in terms of her belly, and as you study her against them class winners. And then the heifer right there in front of her, this one maybe wants to roll up just a pinch in her top, maybe doesn't quite handle her top line or her skeleton quite as neatly as the slicker haired heifer there in front of her. But to me, those two are built from a very, very similar mold, maybe the shot more female looking ones. Big, stout, powerful cow comes next, moderate in terms of her kind and build. And again, one that just from a cow standpoint, moderation, rib, body, volume, and still yet functional in terms of her build is the one that comes next. But as we study her, just ever so slight, she wants to get a little pigeon-toed up front. Ever so slight, too. She wants to roll underneath herself a little when you get her on the move. So when I walk them that second time, I probably roll her down here into fifth when she's probably as good a cow as any in the bunch, but she maybe don't balance up quite as neat in her skeleton as them heifers right there above her when we ask her to go, even though she's functional and sound. Big red, big stout red heifer comes next. And honestly, when she first come into class, I was like, wow, like that thing. And it made you probably study her a little harder than a guy probably should because of the added pieces that she has. Because that thing's long neck, big bodied, square and big and true in terms of her hip. But when we watch this one go, she is a little out up on her front end. We need to correct her just a little bit from knee to ground when we watch her go. And I'd just like to see her get out and reach and go and just use her joints like she should. Because a big, eccentric, good-looking one like that needs those pieces to kind of solidify the deal. And to me, we just need to change her just a little bit down there in her lower joints. Pair of heifers here on the bottom. Young ladies' heifers, big-bodied and stout, but maybe just a little plainer when we study her in her neck, a little straighter in her shoulder. We could change that about her. The red heifer that rounds out the class is probably sounder and a little neater in her angle to her shoulder. To me, honestly, this is probably as nice a last place heifer we've had all day. And the reasoning why is because her skeleton's good, because her shape's good. But when you get her in a class like this with that many stout powerhouses, it gets challenging. So to me, I study this class because I truly believe that there's 5 or 6 in that particular class that could surface up to the top no matter how you place your judgment. So to me, that's the way I like them today.
Well, thank you, Brigham, and congratulations in ring 1. First place is going to go to back number 119, REA 07H Cherry, exhibited by Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. Second place is going to go to back number 135, CBRO 2008 H Jessica, exhibited by Cody Brown of Dwight, Kansas. Third place will go to TLRR H45, exhibited by Justin Herlin of Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. Fourth place is going to go to Caden Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Fifth will go to Asa Starr of Stapleton, Nebraska. Sixth place is going to go to Alex Berwick of Orleans, Nebraska. Seventh, Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina. And eighth place in that class is exhibited by Brooke Cooper of Burdett, Kansas. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in ring 1, we'll invite Class 8 winner heifer calves born between January 1st and January 31st. Is this still 4A? Is this still 4A? Currently in Ring 2's Class 4A, February Heifer Calves in our Junior Red Angus Show. We'd like to remind all of our exhibitors and spectators that we do require you to wear masks while in the show ring, spectating our show, and in the barns. We appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy.
Well, a complete made female to lead off this class. I think for me, she's the one that shows us the most structural base, the most correctness all the way down to the ground. You get her out on the move. I like the way her spine stays true off of both ends. She ties in correctly at the top of that shoulder and the top of that hip. Couples that with a tremendous rib shape and dimension through that center, the look up through that front end, the squareness out of that hip, the muscularity down that top and out of that hip and lower quarter as well. Just really puts a lot of good things together in a complete made, fault-free type of a deal. Young ladies heifer that comes next. I love the center body. I love the design. I love the dimension that you see right there. We just simply need to correct her in her angles and the way that she's constructed off of all four corners. We need to open her up down underneath those rear underpinnings, see a little more stability, starting out that stifle, and as it works its way down and through that hock, we just need to see a little less deviation off of all four corners when we set her out on the move. Young ladies heifer that comes third is one that's square made, good in terms of her features. When you talk about stoutness and muscularity and volume, and yet still has some feminine look and some eye appeal from the side. Maybe just gets just a little flatter and a little plainer off of those rear two and out of that rear muscle pattern versus the two heifers in front of her, but that's still an awful good female. Young man's heifer that's going to come next is one. I like the body shape, particularly from the top side down. Maybe you could open her up underneath and just see a little more natural sweep to that underline to ideally match her up with what comes above her within the class. Young ladies heifer that comes next draws out a really nice profile. Maybe not quite as supple and quite as elegant at the top of that neck or down in through that throat latch and chin and jaw as maybe some of the heifers ideally above her. And I think more importantly for me, she gets a little flatter made and a little pinched in those underpinnings as we view her from behind as well. Dark red heifer is a little more modern in her stature, just gets a little plainer and a little round at times off of both ends. The next couple of heifers within the lineup, we need to adjust them structurally down to the ground, see them move out with a little more authority, a little more comfortability off of all four corners, particularly off of those rear two. And then the next 2, 3, 4 heifers within the lineup, good females that have some length of side, some length of top, some angulation and feminine look up through that front 1/3. Just didn't power up for me when you talk about volume, mass, and capacity today to get them up any higher.
Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor, and congratulations in Class 4A, February Heifer Calves. First place is going to go to back number 631, HH Drama Queen, 0152, exhibited by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Second place will go to back number 596, HH Drama Queen 0151, exhibited by Emily Padden of St. Clairville, Ohio. Third place is going to go to back number 664, Neomia 0073, exhibited by Bailey Smith of Shiner, Texas. Fourth place will go to back number 559, TWG Red Aaron P21H, exhibited by Casey Holton of Cisco, Texas. Fifth place is going to go to back number 528, HH Drama Queen 0153, exhibited by Kiana Farmer of Ennis, Texas. Sixth place is going to go to Brentley Wilkerson of Canton, Texas. Seventh place to Lainey Lee Bowman of Shiner, Texas. Eighth will go to Avery Kivoso of Cromwell, Minnesota. Ninth place is going to go to Annie Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. 10th will go to Parker Chestnut of Bath, Indiana. And 11th will go to Reagan Cray of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 4A, February heifer calves, in our junior Red Angus ring.
I think another nice class, but never in my mind did I think I was going to beat this heifer that wins the class. And she doesn't come without fault, but I think just studying this one's head shape and her body design, the extra muscle and dimension that she has, and then you study her lower joints when she gets out in motion. She gets out and handles herself like she's supposed to. You know, to get picky on this one, it'd be studying her top line when you get her in motion. And I guess, you could be picky. A guy leaves a little more hair up there, you're able to probably manipulate a little bit of that in her skeleton because the way that she's built in terms of body shape and dimension and the way her lower joints work, you wouldn't think she'd be so different in terms of her hip and her loin and the way that she maybe wants to roll and do some things there in her top line. So to me, it's a part of her. You can see it in the show ring. Is it a part of her if she's at home just loosing the pin? I don't know. And so to me, but I think she wins this class rather handily just off of all the basics with a little of the extras. So to me, she just got enough more of everything else that she needs to win this class. Second, third gets a little more challenging, and honestly, this heifer needs a shot more body. I'll be the first to admit. Her shape's good, but I think in terms of just body depth and rear center depth, rear rib depth, she's maybe not as elite as any of these in the class. But when we study her out in motion, study her feet and her squareness of toe and length of stride when you get her in motion, that's to me why she's second instead of third. And I'm going to bet on the come that the belly comes with a calf, the belly comes with the added shape that she has, but I would be the first to admit I'd change that. And that's what I do like about the heifer in third, is she is softer. She's softer in her center belly. She's got a little more spread to her, probably her forerib or lower forerib than the heifer right there in front of her, and just gives her a little more swoop when you study that one. But again, we study this one in motion, and she just wants to come up a bit short in her stride off of both ends of her skeleton, and I think we should just maybe relax that one down just a little in that regard and let her get out and reach. I think a good exercise protocol at home will help that thing in terms of length of stride and the way that she handles them rear wheels, especially when you study her in motion. Heifer that comes next, big, stout, powerful one. And on the standstill, I think she's got some pieces about her that roll her up into maybe second in this class. And then when we study this one out on the go, she's a little pigeon-toed up front, wants to roll in off of that front end and maybe not handle that hip and loin junction and that tail head near as nice as I'd like to see her in relation to the heifers on either side of her. So we correct. I would give that if this was maybe just a little better or one or the other, because I would roll this heifer up just a shot in that regard. But it's when we get her in motion, she just wants to get just a little loose in her back and get a little uncoordinated off of them front toes. But even though this thing's loaded with dimension, loaded with power and shape of body, and still got a good head shape from a cow standpoint. So I think a really, really nice female just does some aesthetic things on the motion and structure that maybe concerned me just a little bit. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, and again, one that's maybe a little softer and neater in her hip than the one in front of her, one that probably is a little more stable just in terms of squareness of toe, and you study that one right at the ground than the one right in front of her, but she doesn't come with the extras. She's not as good looking, she's not as stout, she's not as dimensional as we study that one, so we could just pretty that one up just ever so slight, and we'd roll her up a couple spots, but because of that, she rolls where she rolls. But really, really nice class. I really like that class winner just in terms of density and cow character and the way that she's built from a muscularity standpoint. A little different kind than we've probably seen a couple different classes, but I think she surfaces rather handily in this class.
Well, thank you, Brigham, and congratulations. In Class 8, in Ring 1 will be Winter Heifer Calves in our Junior Balancers show. First place is going to go to back number 138, LVL 20H. Rasman Rowe, ET, exhibited by Landon Vance, lineman of Hildreth, Nebraska. Second place is going to go to GDV 113H T-Bar S. Susan, exhibited by JC Forbes of DeSmith, South Dakota. Third place is going to go to SEPT H5192 Erica Eileen, exhibited by Taylor Martins of Monona, Iowa. Fourth place in this class is going to go to VOS 122H Haley, exhibited by Carter Voss of Brunning, Nebraska. And fifth place in your winter heifer calf class is going to go to back number 142 MKGB 8H1 Halley, exhibited by Kaylee Gilbert of Nardin, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And in ring one, we are going to move into our selection of champion reserve winner heifer calf division champion. This will be Division 2 in ring one. Go ahead with music.
Rooting round the riverbed tonight. Tell me that you love me, if it's true. I don't want no one, baby, if I can't have you. This Oklahoma breakdown, it sure do got you crying. So let me tell you that I love you.
One at that, because I think there was some different kinds, but I think when you just broke it down and studied it, logistically they're big bodied, they've got the right shape, they've got the right dimension. There's just some different stuff as in terms of some pieces of flair and some pieces of look that maybe separate a couple of these things, but deep down you just know these things in terms of shape of body and bloom and where they're at in their stage of development is a little different, than when you study them out here. But they're all good in that regard as well too. So I think I had some challenges, especially as we studied like that class, just in terms of depth. There were 6 or 7 in that particular class that were tough, and the reason why it was so tough is because I couldn't find maybe that one that just needed to hang your hat on. There was one that I really, really liked. I ended up hanging my hat on, but it took me a little while to break it down and see what maybe needed to surface in my mind as well. So heifer out of that third class we just got done talking, but there is one here that probably, just from a balance standpoint, she's maybe a shot more immature than the others out here, but she probably fits me the best just in terms of quality of look. But young man, the heifer that wins that first class will be your champion. Again, I think actually when you bring this second out, you probably got a trio of heifers that are more alike as we study them. So I'm going to study these for a second or two longer, and then I'll pick your reserve in this particular division.
Well, congratulations. In Division 2, your champion winter heifer calf is exhibited by Braxton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma, with Brax H11, Miss Harley. Second place in Braxton's class was Owen Spencer. In reserve in that division is going to be exhibited by Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas, with REA 07H Terry. Once again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We will now be looking for in ring 1, Class 10 senior heifer calves born between December 1st and December 31st. We'll be looking for a single entry in this class.
a single entry here in the balancer show. And I think one that's nice. I think she's moderate in her kind. She's good in terms of her rib and volume as we study that one, and long and flat and good in terms of that hip with enough dimension and power and wedge that she puts together some nice things. So a nice single entry. Maybe don't balance up real pretty up through her front end in relation to how cowy and good as she is in her body, but a really nice single entry that's functional in terms of her build and kind.
Well, congratulations in Class 10 Senior Heifer Calves. First place is going to go to back number 144, ASHE 1G, Ashes CW Clara Barton 1G, exhibited by Dylan Phelps of Batesville, Mississippi. On deck is Class 11 Senior Heifer Calves born between November 1st and November 30th. Currently in ring 2 is Class 4B, February Heifer Calves in our Junior Red Angus show.
I think a contrasting pair here, but both nice. I think when you study them in their own right, the heifer that I'm going to use to win the class comes in first. And again, I think she puts together a lot of look and a lot of balance that's really, really nice. She's shot on the small side when you study her in relation to the other, but I think in relation to her age, I think she's spot on in terms of maturity in that regard. So when we study this one in motion, she's better. She gets out and reaches better off them rear two in terms of length of stride. I think she gets around and just handles that lower skeleton enough neater and enough prettier than the heifer in second that I like her. We could change her just a little bit in her hip. In her tail head, she wants to roll that tail head up or a little forward ever so slight, and you don't notice that about her when she's on the standstill. But when we get her in motion, if we could just tame that down just a little bit, I'd like that heifer even that much more, but that's a really high quality one to use to win this class. The heifer in second's the big, stout performance female. She's got more pounds. She's more dense as you study that one just in terms of bone and mass and substance, but one for me that just gives up the extra look as we study that one up through her front thirds, not as nice as a heifer that wins the class, and then we just kind of forget about all that and we study her. We ask her to go in motion. She's so long-bodied, I wouldn't expect her to just easily hit her stride, but I'd like to see that one get out and maybe reach a few inches longer off of that rear end stride compared to the class winner, but still one that's really good in terms of rib shape, really good in terms of her muscle design, just gives up the added integrity in terms of structure at the ground and the added look of our class winner.
Congratulations in ring 1. First place in your senior heifer calf class is going to go to back number 146, GDV 134G T-Bar Topanga, exhibited by Mackay Lambert of Midland, Texas. Second place in that class is going to go to REA 940G Miss Red Maple Firefly, exhibited by Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. Next in ring one will be Class 12 senior heifer calves born between October 1st and October 31st.
Well, an interesting and intriguing class over here on the Red Angus side, and we're going to get these top three out here and line them up for you head to tail right here in the middle of the ring. Talk about these three just for just a second. I think you can certainly justify any one of these three being up here in the top end of the class. I think each has a unique type and kind to their overall build and their overall structure. There's some different things that each of them brings to the table. Young ladies heifer up there in the front that I'm going to use to win the class. I think for me is one that's extremely long spine. She's big hipped. You get around behind this one. She's opened up wider from hook to hook and pin to pin. She's got a little more turn to that top in terms of that loin edge and that muscularity from that shoulders on back. Progressively gets bigger as we work our way back into the top part of that pelvis. I love the rib shape. I love how that curvature of the rib starts high. She's one that wants to maybe not quite show herself off quite as nicely up through that front end. I think the young lady does a nice job getting all she can out of her. I think it's just the heifer not wanting to kind of cooperate and just really get out here and just strut around. She wants to tie in and look a little tied in, a little low at times in the way that that neck comes into that shoulder. But that thing is just so massive and true in terms of rib shape, dimension, and natural thickness throughout that it was pretty easy for me to find her in the top spot because she just fills all the pieces and puts everything together in a nice, fluid, seamless, structurally sound package. The dark red heifer that comes into the middle spot is one. Really bodies up nicely. She's very smooth in her makeup, maybe not as true in her natural dimension as the heifer that goes out right above her, but I think she's got plenty in terms of shape compared to that heifer right behind her. An extra bit of rib gives her and affords her a little more capacity through that center part of that body cavity, and that's what really gets her up into that second spot for me, along with being super sound and correct in all her angles. The heifer in third's a unique type of a deal. I love this one on the profile. When you finally get her stopped, parked, and put together, this one's exquisitely drawn out from the side. I love how they've got her looking today. She's so fresh. She's very green in her type and kind versus the two heifers in front of her. But I like the length. I like the balance. I like the symmetry and the look up through that front end. Just not enough natural thickness and dimension and true muscle shape today to really get out and handle herself with enough authority, particularly off of those rear two when we watch her get out and go versus the heifers right above her. The next two heifers in the lineup, one's maybe this young lady's heifer here gets a little plainer in her overall design comparative to the ones above her, but still has some rib shape and has some dimension and stoutness. This one that comes next is one that's a little more moderate in her frame. It gets a little jammed up at times off of both ends of her spine versus the heifers above her within the lineup. The next female is one that has that length of spine, maybe just doesn't have the overall natural thickness and structural integrity, particularly off the rear two, to get her up any higher. The next four heifers in the lineup, some variations in type and kind, but I think some females that are certainly got some quality aspects to their form and function and their build overall. We just need to take that one step farther to move them up any higher within this lineup.
Over here in the Gelbvieh ring, and I think there's a heifer that starts this class that's really nice. I think in terms of just balance and body and maturity, and you just study this one where she's at in terms of age, and at this point in terms of her maturity, she does a lot of good things right. I love her shape of body and her progressions in terms of just wedge. It gets progressively wider from front to rear as we study that one, and she does a lot of that good. And now when we get her in motion, we could change that one just a little bit. We could loosen her up just a little bit in her knee, and even though she gets out and reaches her stride, maybe it's just a little robotic in the way that she wants to handle that here today, but still a true footed one, square-toed one that's maybe just not as mobile up in her upper skeleton because of the added mass and dimension that she has. The heifer in second is definitely better in those areas. She's a little looser in her knee, and I think part of that's to blame probably because she is just leaner in her, and just a leaner female, you know. And I think that thing's allowed that thing to stay more mobile. But she is better in her knee, longer in terms of her stride off of both ends of her skeleton. But she just gives up that added mass and power here today, even though she's got a look about her and she's level and good in terms of her top line. She's just not near as massive or as dimensional as that female that leads the class. So I didn't think there was enough extra looseness there to go ahead and switch that pair, but really, really nice pair of females in that class.
Well, congratulations in Class 12, senior heifer calves born between October 1st and October 31st. First place is going to go to back number 149, JLEA 977G, Miss Honey ET, exhibited by Jaylee Pope of Ravenna, Nebraska. Second place in that class is going to go to OGSG 9701G Overgosh, exhibited by George Weber of Lamar, Missouri. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now invite in Class 13, our final class in this division, single entry from Carly Rumfelt. Over in our Red Angus ring, we have the results in from Class 4B, February heifer calves.
I think a really nice September heifer here as well. And again, one that maybe you just can't pick a major hole in. I think in terms of her structure, in terms of her feet design, it's really, really good. I like the shape of body and dimension that she has as well. I think this is a really, really easy one to win a class of one, but obviously she does a lot of good things right in terms of my book. Very, very complete, very, very nice female.
Well, congratulations in our final class in this division in Ring 1. First place is going to go to back number 154, GHGF 201G, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. We will now invite all of our first and second placings in for Division 3, Senior Heifer Calves. Back over in Ring 2, results from our February Heifer Calf class. First place is going to go to back number 602, Roja's Miss 112Y, exhibited by Madeline McLean of Thomas, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 527, L83 Hildy 006H, exhibited by Colby Erickson of Haskell, Oklahoma. Third place will go to back number 507, Red Diamond Ruby 021, exhibited by Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas. Fourth place will go to J.K. Harley, exhibited by Jamie Gayer of Libson, North Dakota. Fifth place is going to go to back number 630, MHC Airy 2008H, exhibited by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Sixth place will go to Chloe Peoples of Rockwall, Texas. Seventh to Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. Eighth place is going to go to Mackenzie Moldhauer of Valley Center, Kansas. Ninth place in this class will go to Rex Howard of Lattimore, North Carolina. And 10th place to Reagan Worthington of Frederick, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to all of our junior Red Angus exhibitors in your February Heifer Calf class. Currently in Ring 2, we have Class 5 January Heifer Calves. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion junior Heifer Calf.
I think a really, really nice division here in the Balancer Show, but a young lady, that single entry out of that last class will be the champion in this division rather handily. To me, it probably gets just a little more challenging for reserve because there's some give and take in these two females, and the black heifer's maybe a shot looser at the ground and gets out and reaches just a little better in her lower joints. And I'm talking the heifer out of that second class versus the red heifer that comes out of that third class that on the standstill probably does the most good for me just in terms of kind and her body shape. But when we ask that one to go, she's ever so slight, just a little more rigid in the way that she wants to get out and reach compared to the one there in front of her. So to me, I'm on the fence on where to go and which direction to kind of land on, but I like both these females rather handily. So I think as we study them, to me, there's one that I probably just got to use just a little better, and it is probably her skeleton and her lower skeleton. So young man, heifer out of that second class will be your reserve.
Well, congratulations in your senior heifer calf division in your junior balancer show. Champion's going to go to Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri with GHGF 201G. And reserve champion in this division is going to go to GDV 134G T-Bars Topanga, exhibited by Mackay Lambert of Midland, Texas. Once again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. Now in ring 1, we will be looking for class 15 intermediate heifers born between March 1st and August 31st. Currently in ring 2 is our final class before our selection of champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves in our Red Angus show.
So this was a class and a division. So I think we got an August, a June, and a May heifer out here. So I'll talk each three of these individually and then pick your champion and reserve. But little August heifer that comes into the class first. Again, one, and you can tell in relation to the May and the June right there in front of her, she's not as advanced in her body type right now, but her shape's good. The shape coming out of the top side of her skeleton's good. She's sound when you ask her to go at the ground. She's got a little extra look and pizzazz and some neatness up through that front end, but she's just not as advanced here today as the ones behind her. But I think as you study this one, the differences in maturity, the differences in age, I think that one's still in the next 60 days. Could be as burly or as far along as some of these others. She's just at that stage where it's kind of hard to read, and that calf's probably not come into her near enough to show like the heifers there and that come into this class second and third. But I still think one from a balance and look and an eye appeal standpoint that does a lot of nice things. The June heifer that comes out, she's acting just a little ornery here today. She's not letting you just get a great look at her as we study her up through her front end. But when you finally get her set up, you can tell this thing in terms of squareness of toe and heel is really, really good. She's sound when you ask her to go. She's not as eccentric up through her neck as the heifer in front of her, but she is a little stouter and bolder in terms of her rib design, maybe just a little smoother in the way we read her down her top line than the heifer right there in front of her as well. But again, she's just acting just a little bit to where you can't really read that front end and tell if that thing's maybe just a shot more forward there, or she's just a little low in her head because she's fighting the halter. But I do think she's functionally sound, and we study her at the ground, her knee and everything like that. She does the right things in that regard as well. But very, very nice heifer there that comes second in this class. And then the May heifer that's obviously the furthest along as we study him in terms of body and rib and dimension, and super, super powerful. I think one for May, she's plenty advanced for me, but at the same time, when you just break her down, her angles are good. She's got extra dimension and power and a shot more maturity than them ones right there and behind her, and her foot shape and stuff's good in terms of just mobility, that I think it's hard to just pick a major hole in her, other than she is pretty advanced and pretty stout for a May. We could change that one ever so slight. Looks like that rear quarters maybe got a little swelling from Myco or something there that would be concerned a guy on down the road. But genuinely speaking, to me, she's probably the best one and checks the most boxes. She'll be the champion in this division. After that, I think it gets just a little more challenging. We talked both these females. I'll let him get on the mic over there, and then we'll pick my reserve here after I study him for just a second or two longer.
Well, an interesting class again in this Red Angus side. And the top two heifers in the lineup, I think there's some give and take, and there's some things that you can certainly build upon with each of them. The outline and the profile on this heifer in the front end is just tremendous in my mind. I think she shows me more suppleness, more elegance, more feminine look, particularly up through the top side and the bottom side of that neck as it ties into that shoulder, comes up into that pretty head, and then you work your way back from there, and she's got a robust kind of a rib shape, the right kind of rib shape, explodes into that hip. I prefer that hip shape from hooks to pins over maybe the heifer in the second spot at times. There's no doubt about it. This one could just get just a little flatter made at times in terms of their muscularity versus the two heifers right behind her. But I think she's certainly got plenty enough, and she's stout enough in her overall makeup for me to feel pretty comfortable putting her up into that top spot. I like the heifer into the second spot. I think we talked about one that does have some true mass and some true stoutness to her overall makeup, and she certainly does. There's times where she wants to deviate through that pin set, maybe just gets a little concave right there at the base of that tail head on each side versus the heifer that's right above her, and that's why I prefer that one that wins the class from hooks to pins. I think if we could add another dimension of balance and feminine look up through that front end, that could certainly add to the dynamic of how we view this one within the lineup, but that's just a pretty good fault-free kind of a female. Young lady's heifer that comes third, big, bold sprung type of a female that's just tremendously stout in her design, her overall makeup. She gets way too deviated off of all four corners. She wants to come in at the knee. She wants to go out at the hock. She doesn't have quite the structural integrity from that stifle all the way down to the ground off of those rear two. Fix that aspect of this one, and I think she can rise and fight for that top spot within the class. The couple of heifers that come next, different in their type and kind. We like the young young lady's heifer from that elevation and length standpoint, just not enough mass and body and volume to go along with it. Then the young man's heifer, a little more moderate in her frame. She gets a little flatter made when we talk about rib shape, particularly right behind her shoulder. She gets a little more A-frame and concave up there. We'd like to open her up through that center 1/3 and afford her a little more volume and capacity. The next three heifers that round out the class maybe just get a little plainer in their overall design and makeup today versus the females that precede them within the lineup, but there's some good functional aspects to all their builds within this class from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations over in our balancer ring, Class 15, intermediate heifer calves born between May 1st and August 31st. Your division champion in this division will be back number 157, GCRK 903G Vicky, exhibited by Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina. Reserve in this division is going to go to MIDGG 6114G. Melania, exhibited by Georgie Ratzliff of Las Animas, Colorado. Third place in that division is going to go to back number 155, exhibited by Keisha Albert of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And in ring one, we are welcoming in Class 17 junior heifers exhibited born between April 1st and April 30th, 2019. Over in ring two in our junior Red Angus ring, we have the results from Class 5 January heifer calves. First place was back number 532, TG Hollywood 5H, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Second place went to back number 616, 3 Acres Tinkerbell 1100, exhibited by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Third place went to back number 512, Red Diamond Mimi 006, exhibited by Kaylee Bragg of Salado, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 689, Red Cuber Laminga 10H, exhibited by Camden Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to back number 540, 7 KZH Havana H298, exhibited by Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. Sixth place in that class went to Landry Layton of Welch, Oklahoma. Seventh to JC Baker of Purcell, Oklahoma. And eighth place in that class went to Gray Bradfield of Piggott, Arkansas. Once again, congratulations to those junior Red Angus exhibitors. Currently in ring two, we are selecting your division champions in our junior heifer calf division.
Well, it's really been a nice second division in this Red Angus Junior Heifer show over here on this side of the ring, and three really good class winners and three respective seconds to go along with them. And I think there's some quality amongst all six of these females. I think there's one for me that's pretty elite in what she brings to the table from a design and from a build aspect. It's just awful hard to, I think, to make them this way. And you know, and this saying goes, there's not one of them that's absolutely perfect in my mind. You could certainly change and adjust certain things about all of these individuals, but I think there's one that just elevates herself to the forefront of this lineup just because of how elite she is in her total package and her total makeup. I'll show you which one that is, and we'll pick a reserve after that. Let's give these kids on our Red Angus side a nice round of applause, if you would.
Well, congratulations in your junior heifer calf division here in our junior Red Angus show. Champion is going to go to back number 532, TG Hollywood 5H, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Second place in Madison's class was exhibited by Alyssa Meyer. And reserve champion in that division is going to go to back number 616, Three Aces Tinkerbell 1100, exhibited by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Once again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors in our junior heifer calf division here in our junior Red Angus show. Is he going to the bathroom? Next in ring 2 is going to be class 6 winter heifer calves born between November 1st and December 31st. Currently over in ring 1 in our junior balancer show, we have class 17 junior heifers born between April 1st and April 30th, 2019. Okay, go ahead with the music.
I'll be honest, this is really tough. Really, really tough. There is one that probably just suits my kind just a little better. And to me, that's where I land. And it's just because just a shot more quality. We study this one about her head and neck. Obviously, it's littler, it's thinner. Everybody can see that. She's just a little more, I guess, higher qualities. We study her up through her front third, her progressions in terms of how thin and good she is in her neck and how high quality she is up through her front third. But like her progressions from there back are dimensional, shapy, wedgy, high quality, lean, and I think she does a lot of neat things there in that regard. I think when you get her in motion again, I think structure's probably a wash on these two females, to be honest with you. I think substance and muscle and dimensions pretty close to a wash on these two females. And so to me, it just comes down to some little things and some little sorts. But in my mind, I would land on that heifer most days of the week just because of her extra presence, her extra look up through that front third, the extra dimension that she has in relation to how neat and cool she is up through her front end is where it lands for me. The heifer in second, again, at times maybe just a little softer as we study her in terms of her spine right in behind her blade or in behind her shoulder. She is definitely deeper and probably a shot further along as we study her in her rear rib shape and her rear flank. I like the flatness of bone, the density of foot, the extra substance that she has. But for me, she just don't probably wow you as much, or she don't draw to you as much as that heifer that wins the class. And for me, on two females that do a lot of similar things in terms of power, shape, body design, I got to go with the one that's just a shot higher quality. Third and fourth's a tough pair. I think, again, there's one that maybe looks better on the standstill, and there's one that looks better on the move. Heifer in third looks better on the move. I love her angles. I love the way that she gets out and moves in terms of her feet, her squareness of toe, and the way that she's built at the ground. She's very functional in terms of her hip design, in terms of athleticness as well. When we study her on the standstill, obviously, she's not as pretty neck. She's not as long neck. She's not as long from pole to shoulder. And that's the advantages of the heifer here and behind her. This heifer, too, is probably a shot deeper as we study her from the side, maybe a shot longer in her spine. And because of that, she maybe just don't get out and reach or handle that hind leg quite as neatly as the heifer right there in front of her. And that's why I probably switched that pair there late in the game. Red heifer that comes next, again, very functional, just good cow. Nothing about her just overreaching, but her skeleton's good, her pieces are good, her shape's good. As we study her in relation to those ones right above her, she just doesn't have the extra balance. She's maybe got a little more chest floor than them, and maybe just don't bloom up or square up quite as neatly in her top shape of them two heifers right there above her, or the heifers on either side of her. But that's a sound, functional, good skeleton one that gets out and moves there. Young lady's big powerhouse, and actually it's a pair of these that come in next in terms of power, dimension, shape of body, and extra just width and pure cow power are the next two that come out. This one just needs to move better to reach up above that red one in front of her. She gets just a little iffy and a little uncoordinated in the way she handles that rear leg and that rear pastern when you get her in motion. The stouter cow, probably the stoutest one in the class just in terms of sheer width and sheer mass, probably moves a shot better than the one in front of her. But when we study her, she don't balance up quite as neat in her shoulder or her fore-rib attachment when we study her, and maybe don't balance up quite as nicely from a two-dimension when we got them on the standstill as well. Again, three heifers that kind of round out the class. Of the three, this is the most moderate and the best shaped in terms of her body and rib design, even though she's a little plainer in her neck. Two leaner ones come out next that got plenty of dimension, plenty of shape in terms of the way that they're built. They just got stuck in a class with ones that are even shapely or even stouter or even better looking than they are. So to me, they just don't balance up quite as well in terms of their belly attachment and the way that they're built in that midsection of the rib. Even though they got the raw density and raw power, they just don't have that extra mass as we study them in through their middle third.
Well, congratulations in Class 17, junior heifers born between April 1st and April 30th in our Junior Balancer Show. First place is going to go to back number 163, VLK G952, Tenley, exhibited by Aiden Rabb of Markley, Indiana. Second place is going to go to GDV 113G T-Bar Miss Casino, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Denison, Texas. Third place will go to TTT 919G Southern Charm, exhibited by Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. Fourth place exhibited by Gabrielle Hammer of Wallace, Kansas. Fifth place was exhibited by Taylor Martins of Monona, Iowa. Sixth place exhibited by Sarah Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Seventh place exhibited by Tegan Bird of Hampton, Iowa. Eighth place exhibited by Owen Morris of Batesville, Mississippi. Ninth place in that class was exhibited by Lily Weber of Lamar, Missouri. And 10th place in your junior heifer calf class is going to go to Megan Waite of Pritchett, Colorado. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in ring 1, we have class 18 junior heifers born between March 1st and March 31st. Currently over in ring 2, we have class 6 winter heifer calves in our Red Angus division. Your champion bred known of our junior heifer calf division was exhibited by Jackson Bragg and reserve bred known to Brentley Wilkerson. We'd like to remind everyone ringside or in the ring and back in the barns, we do ask that you have a mask on at all times, and we appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
really right on down to the bottom, a tremendous class here. But I'll be honest with you, I'd land on this one again. I think it's a top trio that's really tough, but I would find this one nearly every day of the week just in terms of, balance and freshness, and study this one in motion. She's by far the best in terms of just mobility and getting out and reaching off of both ends of her skeleton. I love where she's at from a maturity standpoint and a leanness standpoint as well. She's just super athletic, but yet ties together all the good pieces that make them a good show heifer or make them a good cow, both. But really, really nice place to start there. And to me, second and third gets a little more challenging because they're so different. The thing about the second place heifer, she's so massive. She's so bold and true and dimensional in terms of that rib and the extra power and dimension she has working down her top and out through her hip that you maybe wouldn't expect her to maybe just move quite as nicely as the heifer there in front of her. And that's, to me, where I'd change her just a little bit. She just gets just a little bit more unstable in the way that she wants to reach and drive off of both ends of her skeleton compared to the heifer that wins the class. Especially, she's probably a shot more stable from hawk to ground than the heifer that lands in third, even though she don't reach quite as well. But tremendously stout, tremendously powerful one that on the standstill is definitely a contender in this class as well. The heifer in third, and again, to me, when you get her out in motion, she's long and good in terms of her stride. She gets out and reaches the way that she should from the side angle. You get in behind her, she's just a little more rigid in that hawk. She maybe gets outside of herself just a little bit when we ask her to go, and I just like to close her up just a little bit in that regard. In relation to the heifer there in front of her, she's still big-bodied and fresh and good-looking, but she's not as massive as the heifer there in second. Three heifers that come next, and I'll be honest with you, you could sort these any way you want. I said, to me, the best one, just in terms of the one that's the furthest along in calf, lean in her condition, fresh and cowy in terms of her look, and still pretty mobile when you ask her to go, is the one that comes next. And does she do it as pretty as the heifers on either side of her in terms of length or length of hip? No, but she's just a really complete one that just got stuck in a tough class and a top trio that's really, really nice. The bottom pair, and again, I think to me where I sort them is when you ask them to go. This heifer's a little leaner in her condition. You ask her to go, she gets out and reaches better off of both ends of her skeleton. Definitely gets out and covers her stride just a little bit better, and I'm sure leanness has a little bit to do with that. On a side note, she is really angular and feminine as well as we study this one too. Just maybe not as bloomy as the heifers on either side of her. And the heifer that rounds out the class, and again, this is one when she's on the standstill, she could be in contention towards the top end of the class. And it just, you ask her to go, her extra conditions just making her not get out and move and reach off them rear two. And who knows if that was part of the haul and maybe she's just a little stoved up from the haul coming down. But I think this one on the standstill, super powerful, super dimensional, got the right shape, does a lot of good things right. When we ask that one to go, we just got to loosen that one up the rear end of her skeleton for sure, just to place her any higher. But a tremendous, tremendous class, and I think a really, really nice class winner.
Thank you, Brigham, and congratulations. First place will go to back number 173, Car G13A, Miss Sassy, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place will go to back number 172, MDR 908G Empress, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma. Third place goes to Mad 902G Gypsy, exhibited by Maddie Leckkamp of Hermosa, South Dakota. Fourth place exhibited by Gabrielle Hammer of Wallace, Kansas. Fifth place exhibited by Samuel Brown of Perry, Oklahoma. And sixth place, Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Once again, congratulations to those junior balancer exhibitors in Class 18 junior heifers. Now in Ring 1 is Class 19 junior heifers born between February 1st and February 28th. Currently in Ring 2 is Class 6 winter heifer calves in our Junior Red Angus show.
Nice pair of heifers here, but I think one that surfaces rather quickly. She's a brute, man. She's stout, like extra dimensional, extra wide in terms of just power and dimension and muscle, and she does a lot of things in that regard really, really nice. And again, for one that's that stout and that dimensional, she obviously still sets down on a big old foot, big old square foot as well, and I like that about her as well. We could probably lean her up just a little bit in terms of her condition, but there's a fine line on one that's that stout is keeping her bloomy enough to balance up and stay smooth, or lean her out too much to where she gets a little piecey. And I think you've probably managed her just right in terms of the way that she's built, and I think that's a good thing about her because that added dimension, the added power she has, she still gets out and reaches and moves and flexes the way that stout can and should. The heifer in second, again, one that's a little better in terms of her condition, a little smoother and more angular as we study her, just not near as much to her in this pair. She's pushing a little chest floor as well, and just gives up the added mass and dimension to that one there right in front of her. But we study her. She blends her pieces extremely good. She's level and square in her hip. She's right in terms of her rib shape. She just gives up the added dimension, the added power, that class winner in this particular lineup. So nice pair of heifers.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, we get this first class of this winter heifer calf division out here, and some things to work through, I think, within the top three. And ultimately, for me, I think the young lady's dark red heifer here is one that just is pretty fault-free in her makeup. She's stout in her design, and her overall density is just tremendous, particularly from the view that we have right here, or that I have right here. I like her down her top in terms of muscularity and turn to that loin edge, and yet she still remains feminine up through that front end. Tremendously bold and square made out through that hip from hook to hook and pin to pin. Transitions that muscle shape down full and through that stifle and through that twist, and that affords her a lot of stability on those feet and legs when we watch her out on the move. And that's where she really excels, is on the move. I think she's just so free-floating and easy off of all four corners in both ends that she really comes to the forefront in that direction. You're going to pick on her just a little bit. I think I'd like to open her up underneath in terms of rib shape and sweep to that underline to ideally maybe balance out what you see behind her in the heifers in 2 and 3. I think she's got enough to her, and along with all that other quality, I think that's what really ultimately for me, you have to put her up here in the top end of the class. Young man's heifer that comes next is one that really draws out a nice profile when we get her stopped. I like the squareness down that top. I like the length of spine as well. Just need to simply see her move out freer and easier off of both ends, particularly to a higher degree off of those rear two. See a little more flex, a little more cushion off all four corners. You do that to that heifer, that one wins the class hands down. The young lady's heifer there in the third spot is one extremely long spined. I love that fact about her. She's an extra vertebrae's worth of length up through that front end and out of the back side of that hip as well, and still has a tremendous amount of spring to that lower rib, and that openness and that volume and capacity through that center is really exciting to see one that's made that way, that long spined and that good looking up through that front end, that has that much center body and center carriage. She wants to get a little flatter right behind her shoulder. We fix that. Let that spine tie in a little truer at the top of that scapula. Fix some of the downhill look that we see off to the side. I think that one can run up there and fight for the top spot in the class. A big stout-ended heifer that comes next. I love the muscularity. I love the shape. Still has enough feminine look, maybe not to the degree that we see above her within the lineup, but still has enough to let you know she's a female. Big, bold sprung type of a heifer. You talk about rib shape. We need to correct her out of her hock. See the alignment a little neater and a little tidier and symmetrical with that pin line. And then we have some issues up through that front 1/3 as well. She wants to roll up out of that shoulder construction at times. We need to set her back a little flatter and a little smoother about that scapula from point to point. The dark red heifers that come next, some females that are a little off in terms of structural integrity and muscular density for me to move them up the line. Then we work our way down within this last half of the class. And some really good heifers down here in terms of that form and function and the build. Maybe not quite as maternal looking at times when you talk about underside shape, maybe flank softness and heart girth as well. Some heifers that we could adjust structurally when you talk about hip to hock alignment, maybe how they get out and move with a little less restriction at times would certainly add to the benefit of them within this lineup as well. But a good class of those winter heifer calves from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor. And back over in ring 1, congratulations in Class 19, junior heifers born between February 1st and February 28th. First place was exhibited by Toby Voss of Bruning, Nebraska with LVL G52. September Cowgirl Bonnie G52 ET. And second place in that class went to CBRO 1909G. Miss 56D Mercy, exhibited by Cody Brown of Dwight, Kansas. Now in ring 1 is Class 20 junior heifers born between January 1st and January 31st in our Junior Balancer Show. Congratulations in ring 2, our Junior Red Angus Show.
I think a really easy place to start with this one. And again, this one, just in terms of athletic ability and foot size and squareness of toe and the way this thing just gets out and moves and handles her entire skeleton is extremely, extremely good. There's not a hole you can pick in that at all. Yeah, I like that she's further along in calf. And I think this one, just in terms of like her look and how she balances her pieces with extra mass and with extra dimension, but yet her skeleton and her structure and her feet are as good as you could build one. In that regard, I think she does a lot of nice things. You could tweak on her just a little bit, but that's being critical. But she does just got a little bit of dewlap there. But her throat latch is tight, her jaw and her head's built right. That doesn't concern me. And we could maybe just ever so slight refine her up just a little bit there in her teat. But again, you can tell she's pretty far along in calf, and they're sitting there and they're right in terms of just where she's at in terms of production. So after she calves, it'll be interesting to see how that handles. But besides that, I love her skeleton, I love her balance, I love her angles, and I just love the way that thing gets out and reaches and drives and grabs for as much dimension and power and look that thing possesses at the same time. So you can get a little critical on one like that, and a guy needs to, just because that's an area I notice. But I think that one's extremely high quality and wins this class rather handily. This should make for a really tough division. The heifer in second, and really second, third, and fourth are a wash. It's really, really hard for me. And I think this one is the combination of being a little further along in calf and yet still smooth and good and neat in terms of her rib and body design. I think this one of the remaining is the next best looking one to our class winner in terms of look and eye appeal. And yet she's far along in calf. She's dimensional in terms of her rib and body. And then we study her structure like one that's a little more elegant and a little more female in her look. She's still smooth and good in her joints and gets out and moves rather nicely. The heifer in third's the big stout one. I mean, this thing's overloaded with dimension and power and extra muscle. I think that one too is big and square at the ground. When we ask her to go, she's maybe not quite as elegant as them two heifers right there in front of her because she's so massive, because she's so stout. She wants to roll up just ever so slight in her back when we ask her to go, and she doesn't read to be as far along in calf as the heifers on either side of her, but I do think that one's extremely high quality. I think she's got extra mass and power. That's going to be a tremendous cow for the young man. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, probably the leanest one in this class, and because of that, it hides a little of her body. She's also the furthest along. She's making a really, really nice udder at this point in terms of her drop and where it's at. But I think one, again, in terms of athletic ability, she gets out and moves and's functional in terms of her kind. She just needs to be, probably in this class, she's so far along how much of that is body, how much of that is this, and I could just expand her ever so slightly in terms of her rib design in this particular class. But tremendous, tremendous class winner in this last class.
Well, congratulations in ring one, our junior balancer show. First place is exhibited by back number 180, BCFG 730F, Butler's Miss Greta, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place goes to back number 177, RUP 902G, Golden Girl, exhibited by Molly Mae McClure of Hougton, Kansas. Third place is exhibited by Landon Lineman. And fourth place to Helena Fowler. Now in ring one, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion junior heifers of our junior balancer show. Back over in ring two, we have the results of Class 6 winner heifer calves in the junior Red Angus show. First place went to back number 534, TG Elena, 329 G2, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Second place exhibited by back number 677, DDAD Olivia, exhibited by James Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. Third place was back number 248, 5RR Plush 182G, exhibited by Maddie Jenkins of Crandall, Texas. Fourth place went to DMDL Abby Grace 9429G, exhibited by Dade DeLozer of Adair, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Vogue Marta 1578, exhibited by Jaden Johnson of Blossom, Texas. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Alyssa Worthington of Frederick, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Brant Allen of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Eighth place to Gavin Grigsby of Welch, Oklahoma. Ninth place to Carter Holton of Cisco, Texas. 10th place exhibited by Kent Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. 11th place went to Carlin Brett Sturgeon of Rocky, Oklahoma. 12th place to Jaylee Kelso of Quinton, Oklahoma. And 13th went to Chase Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And currently in ring two is Class 7 senior heifer calves. Back over in ring one, we are selecting your Division 5 champion reserve. That'll be champion and reserve champion junior heifers of our junior balancer show. A reminder that after we select our champions in our junior balancer show, we will take a brief break to photograph our champions and return back with your junior Gelbvieh show.
I think a tremendous division. here in a tremendous division lineup. And, when that first class came into this division, I wasn't so certain. Man, I probably found one I could hang my hat on and roll through the whole show. And then they just kind of kept getting good and stayed good. And, and when you break it down, I think, there's 3 of these out here in this division that are in contention in my mind. This was a really tough class this one came out of, and there was one that was maybe just a shot denser in terms of her rear rib depth, one that was maybe just a little denser just in terms of her bloominess and spread of muscle at the time, probably because she's got a little more on her. But this one was the high-quality one that hits you, and Dankshire's one that grabbed my eye just from a quality standpoint. And out here, she still does. I think this one's superb in terms of her look and her balance and her eye appeal. I think compared to a couple others out here, she's not. And even the one in that class, she's not as dimensional back through that rear rib as some others. But I do think she balances extremely nice. Her structure's good. She gets out and moves good. Ever so slight, maybe rolls up just a little bit in her back, but it ain't much as we get her back out here in this division. The heifer that won that second class, and to me, she won that class rather handily. And I think when you get her back out here, she's like that heifer in front of her, just in terms of balance and look and extra female character about their head and neck. I think those both fit that bill rather handily and do it extremely good in my mind. Again, very, very functional in terms of her build, very square and neat in terms of her hind leg set. Again, if you could get a little bit picky on this one, and to me it's just getting kind of cutting things down. I said that one rolls up just a little in her back. This one doesn't do that, obviously. She's really loose and neat in her spine. From knee to ground, as she's coming at you, ever so slight, wants to paddle just a little bit, but that's being pretty critical of one that's really, really nice in terms of her look. I like her added substance and neatness in terms of flatness of joints and build, and one that puts together some nice things. Obviously, the big stout cow that won that next class, in this particular lineup, she's maybe not as pretty or as put together, as neat as those ones on either side of her, but that's a big, stout, high-performance, bull-raising type cow that's going to do this young man a nice job. And then the heifer that rounds out that the last division. Again, we just got done talking her in class, and when you get her back out here, again, I think her genuine advantage probably of the lineup is just her structural integrity, the way that she gets out in motors. I think she is the truest from knee to ground. She is the truest in the way that she handles her hind leg and stays within herself, and she does that by being a good bit stouter and a good bit more dimensional than some of these other heifers out here as well. We could nitpick her in them couple areas we did. She isn't as maybe not as lean as them ones that were first and second, but I would say for as powerful she is, she's perfect in terms of her condition. No, she doesn't have that whistle neck or that pretty little jowl line like them ones up there in front of her. But what I like the most about this one is just studying her feet and legs, watching her going from you and away from you. That thing from knee to ground stays true. That thing is just so good in terms of her flatness of joints and the way that she gets out and moves. So to me, there's some give and take in these particular lineups. I'm going to use the young man out of that last class to win this division.
Well, congratulations to your champion junior heifer exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place in that class was exhibited by Molly Mae McClure. And congratulations to your reserve champion junior heifer exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri with car G13A Miss Sassy. Once again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We will now welcome in our Class 22 senior heifers born between September 1st to December 31st, 2018. After this selection, we will be selecting your champion junior balancer heifer champion and reserve. Currently over in ring 2, we have Class 7 senior heifer calves in the Junior Red Angus show.
I think this is a really nice single entry and a really nice pair the young man brings to us. I think in terms of balance and structural integrity and the way that this cow puts together some pieces is really, really nice. I love where she's at in terms of condition with raising a calf right now. Obviously, her udder reads to be nice, and she's raising a healthy, bloomy, good young calf on her side as well. So, again, I think that you study this female, she does a lot of good things right for a big senior yearling that's got her first calf on her side. So, very, very nice single entry the young man brings us.
Well, congratulations to your champion senior heifer in our junior balancer show, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma, with MDR F72 Friday ET. Are they going to bring the reserves in? I believe so. At this time, we will be welcoming in all of our champion and reserve champion division winners out of your junior balancer show. At this time, we are going to welcome in our champion and reserve champion division winners. Your champion senior spring heifer calf was exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Are they waiting for something? Do we know? Reserve champion in that division exhibited by Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma. Coming out of your winter heifer calf division, champion was exhibited by Braxton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma, with Brax H11 Miss Harley ET. Reserve champion winter heifer calf was exhibited by Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas, with Ray 07H, Terry 07H. Your champion senior heifer calf was exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri, with GHGF 201G. Reserve champion senior heifer calf was exhibited by Mackay Lambert of Midland, Texas, with GDV 134G T-Bar S Topanga. Out of your intermediate division, your champion intermediate heifer was exhibited by Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina, with GCRK 903G Vicky. Reserve intermediate heifer was exhibited by Georgie Ratzliff of Las Amnas, Colorado, with MDGG 614G Melania. And coming out of your junior heifer division, your champion junior heifer was exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, with BCFG 730F Butler's Miss Greta. Reserve champion junior heifer was exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri, with car G13A Miss Sassy ET. And coming out of your senior heifer division, your champion senior heifer exhibited by Kyson Teal of Caw City, Oklahoma, with MDR F72 Friday ET. For those of you at ringside, please put your hands together and congratulate all of our junior balancer exhibitors here at the first ever Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, a lot of quality in the top 5 heifers up here at the top end of this class. And what it comes down to for me is a young man's heifer that wins is by far and away has the highest degree of structural correctness and the correctness to her angles and how she gets out and moves. She just sounder off of all 4 corners, and particularly out of that front 1/3. You study the shoulder design and construction of this one. She's laid back a little flatter and a little smoother at the top of that scapula. She's more correct in the way that those points are aligned all the way from the knee down to the ground. And then you study this one on the profile, and she really draws out a nice, exquisite picture, very well balanced and symmetrical in her makeup and in her overall design as well. I like the rib shape. I like the strength down her top, the width out of the front portion of that pelvis. You could pick on her just a little bit and say that we could just extend her in terms of definition of muscling and expression of muscling. Maybe when we get right around behind her and view her down low and through that lower quarter and stifle. But there's plenty of shape and plenty of dimension back there. And couple that with all that structural integrity, that's what gets her up there in the top spot. Young lady that comes into the second spot, I'll be quite honest with you. I want to use this heifer to win the class. I think this one's got a world of good in her. There's too many structural inconsistencies. She's just not good enough in terms of the angles through her shoulder. She gets out on the move. She doesn't move out with enough length of stride off of those front two, particularly off of that right front. She wants to give up on herself too much up there through that front 1/3. She doesn't have quite the natural, comfortable look and cushion back through that hock and through that rear of pastern as well. I think if you can fix those aspects, loosen her up, see a little more length and a little more flexibility, that one gets to the top end for me quite handily because of the overall stoutness and the overall mass that she has. The next two heifers that come in the lineup now, maybe just not quite as fresh in their overall conditioning as the two heifers that go out above her. We could certainly lean them up just a little bit, see a little more freshness and a little more look and to their overall design today. But good females, stout in their carriage, good on their feet and legs. Maybe just we could adjust them structurally through that hock at times as we get them out on the move. But the angles are near enough to right that they certainly warrant getting up here into the third and fourth spot. And the next couple of heifers in the lineup give up some natural body shape and width and dimension today with the rest of the lineup, but still good in terms of their form and function. Then we work our way on down the rest of the heifers within this lineup, the next 4 or 5 of them that come now. Females that get a little flatter made, a little flatter muscled at times when we study them down their top and out of that rear 1/3. Maybe don't have quite the extension of rib horizontally that we'd like to see in terms of that overall volume and capacity. Just gets diminished too much to move them up any higher.
Well, over here on the Gelbvieh side, I think, again, a tremendous day here sorting these things. And there was some complications. There were some differences. And, again, when you're looking at a balancer or allowing some other breeds into those cattle, there's going to be a variety of different kinds, and you're going to see it. I think in general they should be pretty stout. They should be pretty dimensional in terms of body just by the breeds they're allowing in at that point. But at the same token, you'll also see some other things. You'll see them maybe a little cooler looking, or you'll notice some differences in terms of structure and skeleton when you get them out of motion. So it's been a very, very fun deal to sort. When they called and asked me to judge Denver, I said, absolutely, I'll do it. It's no problem. And then when they called and said Denver was canceled, I said, well, man, I was going to judge on the hill in Denver for one of the first times. Now I'm not going to. And then they followed up and went ahead and called. And when this show came together, I think it was incredible. I think the fact that Oklahoma City and these people that run OYE stepped up and said, hey, we can do this. I think we can do this. Let's do it. And that was huge. And so when they called and asked me to do this, the first ever Cattlemen's Congress, I wasn't going to say no. So tremendous. I want to thank everybody for all they've done to get us here. And I guess I was one of the first ones to get done evaluating one of these shows here at the first ever Cattlemen's Congress. So let's give everybody that came to exhibit here and everybody that made this thing happen a round of applause, and I'll go select you a champion in reserve.
Well, congratulations to Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, with your champion junior balancer heifer. With BCFG 730F, Butler's Miss Greta. Once again, congratulations, Braylon. Reserve champion in that division coming into line was exhibited by Carly Rumfeldt. Same division. Congratulations to your reserve champion, junior balancer heifer, exhibited by Carly Rumfeldt of Phillipsburg, Missouri, with car G13A, Miss Sassy ET. Once again, congratulations to all of our junior balancer exhibitors. At this time, we will take a break in ring 1 for pictures. After we get done taking photographs of our balancers, we will return back with our junior Gelbvieh show.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, we get our 2 class winners and respective seconds out here for our champion in this division. And, you know, there's a lot of differences out here. We haven't seen the numbers, and you never do within this winter heifer calf and fall yearling division. But just a tremendous lineup of these 4 in terms of the quality that they possess and what they bring to the table, and the differences in their type and kind. And depending upon where your priorities may lead, is what direction you're going to be able to go within this set of 4. This would be an interesting class of 4 for a judging contest. I don't think the cuts would be very big because there's certainly a lot of different ways that you can do some things. I'm going to go out here and use 2 heifers that came out of that last class. I think that young man that was our class winner in that last division, just so good at the ground, so elegant in the way that she's designed on the profile. And then that young lady that was second, I talked about her, how I wanted to use her so bad. We just need to fix her structurally up through that front end. I think it's not to the degree that we need to beat her within this lineup for our reserve champion, so she'll follow that young man for reserve. Let's give those 2 exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would.
Well, congratulations over in ring 2, coming out of your Class 7 senior heifer calves. Your champion fall heifer calf is going to be exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma, exhibiting FLC Dancing Queen 913. Reserve champion fall heifer calf exhibited by Jara Johnson of Blossom, Texas, with JCL Jackie O. Next in ring 2, we'll look for Class 9 summer yearling heifers. My mistake, at this time we will be competing for bred known of our fall heifer calf division. Following that, we'll look for Class 9 summer yearling heifers. You can turn that back up, Jacob. Next to working ring 2 will be Class 9 Summer Yearling Heifers and our Junior Red Angus show.
Well, we start to get into these older yearling heifers now and these late springs, and I fully expect there's going to be just a ton of quality come out here within these next couple of classes. And if this one's any indication, I'm probably going to be right. Here's a heifer up here at the top end that really fresh in her conditioning. Go ahead and turn her on, take her on out, hon. Yeah, this one's really fresh in her condition. That's what I really like about her. She's a little more elegant up through that front 1/3. She's got that nice look of suppleness up to the top side and the crest of that neck and down in low through that jawline and throat latch as well. Body's up with the right kind of shape and dimension and design to that center. She's got enough muscle shape down that top and out of that hip. I love the flatness from hooks to pins, how square she is all the way down to the ground when she gets out and moves. It's just so fluid, so true, and so smooth. Pretty easy class winner in my mind. Young man's heifer that comes next, a little more modern in her frame and her size and stature than maybe the heifers on either side of her. And I certainly don't hold that against her. I think what one thing you can build upon with this female is the openness through that center part of her body, and how moderate she is really lends her to have a tremendous amount of cow look. She does get a little round and a little coarser about that front 1/3, particularly in through that shoulder construction, and that's where you're going to pick on her versus the heifer that goes out right in front of her. Maybe just not quite as smooth and as quite as fluid and quite as fresh as that heifer that leads off the class as well, but that's still an awful good female there in that second spot. Same can be said about the heifer in third. I think this one, we work her back in terms of her conditioning, take some of those layers of extra trim and trim that off. I think this one's there's a high quality female underneath all that winter coat, if you will. This one's good all the way down to the ground. She's got the correct amount of angle through that hock and through that knee. Just watch her as she goes right there. Everything's right. She stays good in her spine. We just simply need to freshen her up and reel back the conditioning on that one from end to end and top to bottom. The heifer that comes next in the lineup, the young lady has kind of worked her way up into here. I think this one is good in terms of body shape, dimension. You look at the center volume and capacity, and the design to that one really holds true to what a cow should look like on down the road. I have no doubt that's going to be an excellent producer for that young lady, just because of the way that she's shaped and the way that she's designed. I can project her on out as being a beautiful 2-year-old when she lays down and goes into production. I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work and open her up underneath and through that heel and circumference of foot to give her just a little more surface area to get out and really walk with a little more comfortability off all 4 corners. The next couple of heifers within the lineup didn't balance up for me when we talk about muscle to fat ratios. We can maybe extend them and see a little more natural thickness from top to bottom, particularly as we worked our way down from front to rear through that top line. Some heifers that maybe didn't body up with enough authority in terms of springer rib or balance and volume when we talk about that center carriage. The next 3-4 heifers in the lineup get a little out of balance in the way that they're pieced together for me today. We'd like to maybe see a little more curvature and natural shape to that first and second rib right behind those shoulder blades to ideally smooth them up and afford them a little extra capacity through that center.
Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor, and congratulations in your intermediate heifer division. Your grand champion intermediate heifer is going to go to Roja's Miss 6100 9205, exhibited by Chloe McIntyre of Sweetwater, Oklahoma. Reserve champion in that division is going to go to TLC Geneva 196 ET, exhibited by Hans Lind of Rushford, Minnesota. Third place in that division will go to CTRH 906W GAL Gaddett 1958, exhibited by Danielle Brooks of Wilson, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that division exhibited by Danica Lowry of Orado Springs, Missouri, with Alt Dawn Delight 532G. Fifth place in that class goes to Presley Rushing of Canton, Texas, with LJR Miss Power Elena 948G. Sixth place exhibited by Brody Grigsby of Welch, Oklahoma. Seventh exhibited by Mason Cray of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Eighth place exhibited by Cade Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Ninth place exhibited by Journey Shankles of Marietta, Oklahoma. And 10th place exhibited by Grace Harrington of Nowata, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our intermediate heifer division. Currently in ring 2 is Class 10, April Spring Yearling Heifers. We'd like to remind everyone that we do ask that you wear masks while in the show arena, in the barns, and in the show ring. Once again, we appreciate your cooperation in keeping everyone safe and healthy. We are ready to get started here in ring 1 with our junior Gelbvieh show. We'll be looking for Class 1 spring heifer calves born between May 1st and June 30th. Our judge this afternoon in ring 1 is Mr. Brigham Stewart. Okay, go ahead with that.
Well, we start off as junior yearling division. Young ladies heifer, combination female in my estimation, just really fits the bill in terms of body shape, dimension throughout, the soundness of structure, the skeletal design, the alignment's perfect. That's one I really, really like. I don't know where you're going to fault that one to a degree to ever say anything negative about her. I think you could certainly adjust her, if you will, in certain areas. But that's an awful good female right there. Congratulations to her. Young man that comes into the second spot, big, burly, stout made, big boned, big footed type of a heifer. You appreciate that about her. There's not very many Red Angus that used to look like this 10 years ago. That's just how far this breed has come. That is truly tremendous in the fact that you've put this much stoutness and still that much look and that much structural integrity. Probably not quite as perfect in her alignment as maybe the heifer that goes out in front of her. She wants to deviate just a little bit out of that hawk at times and maybe not be quite as smooth on the reach off of those rear two. And she does get a little round and maybe a little bolder about the way her shoulder is designed versus the heifer that goes out in front. But massive hip, massive pelvis, huge amount of middle in this heifer. Truly a beast of a female right there. Going to be an awful good breeding piece for that young man on down the road. Young ladies heifer that comes next. Love the rib shape, love the natural depth of body and the deep-sidedness that this one has. Really looks like a cow, very maternal in her underline. I like that about her quite a bit. Stouten her up in her bone work, give her a little more foot size and shape, let her feel a little more comfortable when she gets out on the move, and let her stretch out and strengthen that stride as we watch her out on the go, and she can fight for one of the top 2 spots in the class. A nice square-made heifer that comes next just doesn't have enough volume, capacity, and sheer mass today to move up any higher, but I do like her all the way down to the ground in terms of her form and function. Young man's heifer that comes next is one just a little smaller in her stature. Nothing wrong with that. Just ran into some big horses without here within this class today, but certainly one that's got some functional aspects to her build for the long haul.
Well, thank you and congratulations in ring 2, class 10, April Spring Yearling Heifers. First place will go to back number 679, TCLE 86G, exhibited by Paige Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois. Second place in that class will go to back number 604, TLC Glamorous 914G ET, exhibited by Cade McCracken of Alva, Oklahoma. Third place will go to MF Bella 9690, exhibited by Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to PR Prada 168 GET, exhibited by Cooper McSasprin of Yukon, Oklahoma. And fifth place in this class will go to back number 515, KJHT Miss Emily 9022, exhibited by Cash Butler of Grove, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in ring 2 will be class 11, March Yearling Heifers in our Junior Red Angus show.
I think a really interesting class, and I think 4 completely different types of females too. And so it makes it a little challenging. To me, the red heifers that I sort up in the top pair are just a little sounder. They're a little better in their angles. They're a little better in the way they set down at the ground when you study their foot and the way that pastern hits the ground. This top pair is interesting, and to be honest with you, I'd like to just mold the 2 heifers together, because if we could do that, I'd probably have my ideal. But this thing's eccentric. I mean, she's almost out there in terms of her look and in terms of her quality. You know, on the standstill at times, she don't want to, acts like a calf on a halter, don't want to necessarily just set up and display herself perfectly, but then you ask her to go and she kind of softens up and levels that hip out and relaxes her spine when you ask her to go, and because she does that, makes me know that that thing's fine there, not too high or not too out of whack in terms of the way that her skeleton moves. But she's got all the extras. She's so pretty, so neat in terms of her look and her design, very neat in terms of her freshness. Again, you ask her to go, she's good at the ground, she's really good and deep in terms of her heel and the way that foot places to the ground, maybe not too soft, but not too over in any respect. The heifer that comes in second, to me, is a shot more moderate. She's maybe a little deeper as we study her in terms of her center body. She danks her on the standstill, reads to be a little better in her hip design and better in her tail head when we judge or when we evaluate them from the side. But she's not as eccentric. She's not as cool looking when we get off to the side of her. She's maybe not as agile when we ask her to go in terms of how she just sets that foot down and how forward and assertive she is in the way that she sets that foot down, even though she's so functional and so good in terms of her angles and her structure. So change this one ever so slightly. She's just in a class with one that's got a little extra look, a little extra quality with enough mass and enough of everything else to get around this one. But really nice heifer in second. Third and fourth, and again, it's a pair of heifers. I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch the pair. This heifer's a little cooler looking, a little neater and squarer in her hip design. She needs to get out and reach just a little better as we watch her drive out of her stifle and her hock. The heifer in fourth is the big, stout, powerful one in terms of dimension and extra shape when we study her down her top. But when we ask that one to go, she actually does kind of some similar stuff to the one in front of her, except for she wants to break over in that pasture and wants to get a little upright off of both ends of her skeleton. So I just like to loosen her up just a little bit more when we study her at the ground in terms of her motion at this point. But really nice top pair of heifers there in that particular class, and a bottom pair I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch.
Well, congratulations in ring 1. Class 1 in your junior Gelbvieh show will be first place spring heifer calves going to T-Bar S, Miss 128H, exhibited by Garrett Walden. Second place in that class will go to Misdirective 0705 HET, exhibited by JC Diane Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Third place will go to Jest 001H, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class, exhibited by Owen Spencer with GDX 051H. Next in ring 1 will be Class 2 Spring Heifer Calves born between April 1st and April 30th. Currently over in ring 2 is Class 11 March Yearling Heifers in our Junior Red Angus show.
I think a really nice class here, but some differences. The heifer I used to win the class is just enough more to her. I love her body shape, her four-rib design, the added dimension. She works off the top side of her skeleton. And then she's athletic. She's functional when you ask her to go. You know, she's maybe not just perfect from knee to ground as we study that one, but that when you study everything else she has, the extra expansion, the extra width to her chest for the roundness of rib, but yet soft and deep in that regard, that she needs to win this class, and she wins this class rather handily just off of that. The heifer in second, but to say that, the heifer in second does some intriguing stuff. And again, I think in terms of look and extra balance and extra eye appeal, when the young lady gets that one stuck and on the standstill, that thing's neck comes out of her shoulder high. She's got some added pieces of flair and neatness that kind of eccentric or make her a little higher quality than maybe the one in front of her. Because of that, she's a little longer necked. She's maybe just a shot longer sighted. But when we get to breaking this one down, she's got a little more shoulder. She's maybe, again, like the one in front of her. We can modify her a little bit from knee to ground off the front of her skeleton, but she just needs to have a little bit more to her today for the added look and the added neatness to get around that red one. But a really, really nice heifer there in second. Heifer in third, again, one that's pretty moderate. And honestly, in terms of her maturity and her age, the young lady's very, very honest in that regard. And I think her depth of rib's good. But when we study that one, she just needs more bloom, a little more look when we study that one up through her front third to place that one any higher.
Well, congratulations in ring 1, Class 2 Spring Heifer Calves born between April 1st and April 30th. First place will go to back number 190, Car H96B, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place in that class will go to Dirty Little Secret, exhibited by Brenly Albert of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Third place will go to H90, exhibited by Sadie Morris of Batesville, Mississippi. Next work in ring 1 is going to be Class 3 spring heifer calves born between March 1st and March 31st. Currently over in ring 2, we have Class 11 March yearling heifers in our junior Red Angus show. Okay, go ahead, Jacob.
Well, much like the last class, pretty easy to find this one at the top end here. This is really a fault-free, complete made female. Kind of combines a lot of things that you see within 4 or 5 others that within this lineup. Here's one that's got the appropriate amount of length, rib shape, depth, width, you name it. Everything's proportioned in just the right amounts to really lend her to be an extremely smooth-made, fault-free kind of a female. I think here's one that's just got the right kind of look, the right kind of shape and dimension throughout. Just an awful good heifer up here at the top end of the class. I think one that can run with her quite nicely and complement her quite nicely is the heifer in the second spot. This is one that's got a big, bold sprung rib in her. She's got a nice square hip shape and upper pelvis shape to her. We talk about one from hook to hook and pin to pin that can really rival that class winner. This one's it. She gets a little deviated out of that hock at times. She's maybe just not quite as secure and quite as aligned in terms of the perfection to the alignment as a heifer that goes out in front. Maybe not quite the uniqueness up through that front end, but that's an awful good female right there in the second spot. Same can be said about the heifer in third. Her big downfall right now, she ran into these two heifers in first and second that were a little more elongated in terms of their vertical bones. They had a little more stretch off of both ends of their spine, which she lacks just a little bit, just being the more moderate of the three. But I like the fact that she's square, she's thick-ended, she's good at the ground, maybe not quite the exquisiteness in terms of the feminine look and the showy look up through that front 1/3, but that's still a pretty powerful female that I got a suspicion is going to be an awful good donor for that young lady on down the road. The next couple of heifers in the lineup, good in terms of their frame size and their scale. I think the young lady's heifer that comes next gets a little plainer in her overall makeup and design, particularly through that front 1/3. Tidy her up and through that brisket, maybe just see her flare out with a little more natural thickness when we study her down that top and out of that hip could certainly add to the balanced dynamic of her. Young man that comes next, need to drop her down through that lower 1/3. See some more fore-rib flank and sweep to that underline. Young man in the gray cowboy hat that comes next. Big, bold, capacious type of a female that comes next. You talk about that center body. Maybe need to lean her up just a little bit in terms of her conditioning, particularly through that brisket and out through that tail head. The next couple of heifers in the lineup, fix them structurally. This one wants to walk on the outside of her skeleton as we view her from behind. Young lady heifer that comes next wants to not be quite as coordinated off of all four corners. Her skeleton's just a little unstructured, and the young man that rounds out the class is one that's long spined, feminine fronted, just doesn't have enough to her today in terms of lower rib shape and natural muscle design.
Nice class over here on the Gelbvieh side, and a top trio that are really kind of challenging to sort. But again, the one that's probably the most fault-free when we ask her to go and get her in motion is the red heifer I used to win the class. And again, you study this one's top line, her extra length of stride off her rear too, and then yet she's still good in terms of her rib shape. I think that thing probably combines the most good pieces as well, as besides just her motion. As we study her, though, we could change that one a little bit in her forerib and her shoulder. It probably don't attach as smooth or as neat as two of the other heifers out here, but I think her added integrity in terms of look and structure and length of stride is enough to go with her added mass and power. The heifer that comes in second on the standstill is probably more in contention to win the class than she is to be in second. That thing's big-bodied and deep and true in terms of her rib shape. I really, really like the smoothness and neatness of her shoulder, and when you compare her to the heifer that wins the class. But then again, when we get her in motion, we just need to loosen that one up a bit off of both sides of her skeleton. She's just a little more upright in her shoulder, maybe not just as athletic as we study her hind leg as the two heifers on either side of her. And I think if she did move just a shot better, she wins this class fairly handily. The heifer in third's kind of, to me, she's the trouble one, because there's times you look at that one from different angles and you don't get a full-on side view profile. This thing's got something to her. Then you get off to the side of her and she's not as deep or as neat in her flank or as true in terms of her rib shape from the side as the heifers there in front of her. I like her structure and her added skeletal reach when you ask her to get in motion versus that black one. To me, if she just took the trip probably a little better filled up or was a little fuller in terms of her body shape and her rear rib depth, I think that one's as good of a contender to win this class as she is to be third. Today, she just gives up so much mass and so much dimension to her body that time will tell where that one lands. Heifer that rounds out the class, really, really stout, big-footed, rugged designed one that still, relatively gets out and uses her joints relatively good in terms of mobility. We just study this one's look. We need to clean her up a little bit up through that front third and give her just a notch more dimension to her rib to place her any higher, even though her skeleton and her ruggedness of bone and her added muscle are all ESTs in this particular class. So really, really nice class, kind of a top trio of heifers that are challenging to sort.
Well, congratulations in Class 3 in our Gelbvieh ring. First place is going to go to H96 CET, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place in that class will go to DTK Halo, exhibited by Tegan Bird of Hampton, Iowa. Third place goes to Heidi 004H, exhibited by Thompson Phelps of Batesville, Mississippi. And fourth place in that class is going to go to Duchess with Portia Binning of Cherokee, Oklahoma. Now in ring one, we will be welcoming in all firsts and seconds to select our champion and reserve champion, Spring Heifer Calf.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, we've just got the two class winners in respective seconds here for this junior yearling division in our Junior Red Angus show, and a couple of excellent class winners in seconds right behind them. I think they pair up quite nicely when you talk about the class winners in the seconds as well. Just some, some structural things that you could improve upon, but I think each of them is certainly elevated to the point where you really can't justify really faulting them too much, and they've got to come up here and they've got to win this class and win this division. I'll go show you which two I like out here today for this division lineup. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
was Cass Kleeman. Congratulations to your champion, senior intermediate heifer, exhibited by Cass Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri, with TC Ingrid 64G. And your reserve champion, senior intermediate heifer, exhibited by Paige Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois, with TCLE 86G. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors in our senior intermediate heifer division. Next in ring 2 will be Class 12 February yearling heifers in the Junior Red Angus Show. Currently over in ring 1, we are selecting our champion and reserve spring heifer calves.
I think a very interesting division here as well, and we talked these cattle in class pretty extensively, and I don't need to reiterate that. I guess we've got them in a little different order here because the one wasn't leading quite as well. But to me, it probably comes down to these two heifers out of them first two classes, and I think they're different in their type and kind, and to each is their own. The heifer that actually wins the first class is lined up here in the middle. And like I said, that one for her breed, she's eccentric. I mean, that thing has got loads of quality, loads of extra look. She's so long-bodied, but yet still mobile when we ask her to go. At this point, it's where is she at in terms of development? Will that thing get enough to her? I mean, in relation to her age, I mean, there's a few months difference in age here, at least a couple months difference in age here. That 60 days alone could do some of that stuff. So it's whether or not where you land on the fence, if you think this one has got enough to her and she's going to go and she's going to be big enough bodied, and her extra pieces that would change, be probably a breed changer in that regard in terms of look, in terms of balance, or if she doesn't have enough to her, but I land on one side of the fence on that one personally. The heifer that won that second class, we'll talk her second. Like I said, that one's just a true cow. I mean, in terms of dimension of rib and body, she's kind of hard to fault 100% just because she is so nice just in terms of her body shape, her body design, the way that she's built from her shoulders back. As we study that one, though, in relation, is she as eccentric? Is she as long-necked? Is she as trim or neat up through her front third? No. Does she probably have, is she got a little more condition on her at this age? Yeah, maybe. And maybe it's just the fact that she's such an easy doer, too. So to me, you kind of land on the fence on which direction to go here. I like both these heifers quite a bit. I think there's one that if she does the right things on down the road could be a game changer, and there's one of them out here that's dank sure a cow and dimensional, and no doubt from a productive standpoint looks like she'll do the right things as well. So I'll study these for just here a second and then pick you a champion in reserve. But I do really think this pair's pretty close because you're kind of on the fence on which direction to go.
Congratulations in your spring heifer calf. Division champion is going to go to TGV 128H, T-Bar S MS 128H, exhibited by Garrett Walden. Second place in Garrett's class was exhibited by JC Diane Carroll. Carly? And congratulations to your reserve champion spring heifer calf, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri, with H96BET. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in ring 1, we will roll into class 5, winner heifer calves born between February 1st and February 29th. Currently in ring 2 is class 12 February yearling heifers in our junior Red Angus division.
I think a really nice class and a top pair that's really nice, but there's no doubt every day of the week I'd go ahead and use one like this. I think just in terms of her skeletal build or structural integrity, it's bar none, I guess, in this particular class and the way that she gets out and moves, but yet she's still got some spread to that toe and some spread to her movement in terms of width when she goes, but then she balances up so nice and does so many things so good that it's just hard to really even find a hole in this one to criticize, especially in this breed, because she's so eccentric and high quality when we study her, but so true and dimensional, and yet way good-legged when we study that one out on motion. The heifer in second, again on the standstill, she's got some pieces similar to that class winner, her rib shape, her length of hip, the way that she's built just in terms of her midsection. When we ask that one to go, she maybe closes up just a little bit underneath herself when she gets out and moves compared to that class winner, and she's not as eccentric or as proud as we study that one up through her neck shoulder junction, up through her front third. But I think, again, a second place heifer, that's probably as nice as any we've seen just in terms of skeletal build and body shape and female look and quality. The heifer in third, and I think this one's intriguing, but to me, we just need to give a notch more to that heifer or just downsize her just a little bit because she's kind of in that odd stage of her life where she probably don't know if she wants to keep growing or she needs to slow down. But again, big-footed, big and square in her heel, and as we study that one in motion, she's really nice. Just need to, like I said, either downsize that one just a shot or give her just a notch more to her to rival them two above her. But that's sure an extremely high quality, extremely good structured one that lands in third. Fourth and fifth, the red heifer, there's just more to her. As we study this one in terms of length of spine, length of hip, length of neck, she does those things. When we get her in motion, she maybe gets just a little more robotic in her hawk and maybe not as loose in her build when we study her in that regard. The black heifer, that rounds out the class. Again, in terms of shape and width and moderation, she does some nice things, but as we study her from a balance standpoint, she's not near as pretty or as angled up as neat through her front third as some of these heifers in this particular class. But tremendous class winner that wins that last class, and a top pair that's actually really nice.
Well, congratulations in Class 5 winner heifer calves born between February 1st and February 29th in our Junior and Gelbvieh show. First place will go to Butler's Miss Harmony H534ET, exhibited by Grace Steenbergen of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Second place will go to Honeystick H10, exhibited by Brecken Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Hilltops Miss Hadley HO31, exhibited by Allie Rose Gallion of Sarcoxie, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Miss Patton 064H, exhibited by Gabrielle Hammer of Wallace, Kansas. And fifth place in that class is exhibited by Caitlin Walters of Atwood, Kansas. Now in ring one will be Class 6 winner heifer calves born between January 1st and January 31st.
Pretty deep set of these junior yearling heifers here in this Red Angus show, and high quality females at the top end of this class. And I think a class winner for me that if you can't figure out how to put her at the top end of the class, you might want to find something else to do as a hobby. This one is so good all the way down to the ground, so good in her structure, opened up and through that center part of her body, big topped, big hipped, just thick ended type of a female. Still got all kinds of look up through that front end. This one is just really neat to evaluate. I don't know where you're going to change her. I think that one's awful good. Look forward to having her back here later on. Here comes one in the second spot that I think on the standstill really rivals that class winner, because you get around and you start to study the angles, study the muscularity down her top and out of that hip. She can really complement and run right with that class winner, no doubt. This one's got the stoutness to her look. She's got the openness to that center part of her body cavity. It's just where we put her in motion. She's not as fluid. She's not as smooth. She's not as elegant on the move as that heifer that goes out in front. And that's just due to the fact she just needs tweaked in the angles of her structure just a little bit, but that's still an awful good heifer there in her own right. The next two females that come after her, females, we could clean them up maybe just a little bit through their brisket. Over that top line, we can see a substantial amount of muscling and volume and width. We can certainly see just a little more flexibility and cushion off of both ends as we get them out on the move as well, but still a lot of form, a lot of function built into both of those females. A bigger, bigger framed female that's with a little more size and scale that comes after them. Big body, just gets a little blown out through that front end. We just need to set her in a little smoother through that shoulder design and shoulder construction versus the rest of the females within the lineup. The next couple of heifers that come after them, females get a little uncoordinated, a little unorganized in their skeletal build and the way everything's put together today. I think if we could smooth up some of those transition segments, watch them move out with just a little more authority and correctness from that hawk down the ground could certainly add to the balanced dynamic of how we view these within the rest of the lineup. The next 2-3 heifers after them, females that have some length, they have some depth, they have some width, maybe just not all in the right proportions today. We could certainly add a little structural integrity and base to each of these females as we get on down the line, as we watch them out on the move, maybe just not as comfortable off all four corners. We could certainly align them with a little more proportionality and a little more appropriateness within the rest of this class, but a good set of those females from top to bottom.
Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor, and congratulations in Class 12. February yearling heifers first place exhibited by back number 520, Ty Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma, with Duff Red Fox, 1997. Second place will go to back number 531, Roja's It's Good to Be Queen, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Third place will go to J.K. Margot's Miracle, exhibited by Jamie Gager of Lisbon, North Dakota. Fourth place will go to Neo Karuba, exhibited by Bailey Smith of Shiner, Texas. Fifth place is exhibited by Hannah Miller of Woodson, Texas. Sixth place will go to Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. Seventh, Gray Bradfield of Piggott, Arkansas. Eighth place, Clint Harrington, Nottawa, Oklahoma. Ninth place, Barrett Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. 10th place will go to Cambry Murray, and 11th to Miranda Hansen. Once again, congratulations to our junior Red Angus exhibitors in the February yearling heifer class. Now in ring 2 will be class 13, January junior yearling heifers. Currently in ring 1 is class 6, winter heifer calves in our Gelbvieh junior show. Go back, Jacob.
It's a tough class and a top trio that are all really, really different. And there's actually one of those that maybe I'd probably lean on maybe winning the class if she'd just get out and reach just a little bit better. But the heifer that probably just checks the most boxes for me in terms of just her build's a heifer, I'm going to go ahead and, young lady, go ahead and pull her on around there. Is the heifer I'm going to use to win. And again, of them initial three, she is the most athletic when you ask her to go. She's the best in her hawk, just in terms of the way that she gets out and reaches and collects herself and catches her stride. Again, she's one of the two bigger, stouter, burlier, big-bodied ones as well, where we could change that one's up through the front third of her skeleton. If that thing had just a little neater or longer neck and maybe laid back just a shot more in her shoulder, she could be a dankshire and elite, but she wins this class just off her skeleton and her structural integrity. When we study that one too, these first two heifers I really like, and I guess the head shape or the length of face as we study them as well. The heifer in second, and again, I think this one on the standstill is not hard to pick a hole in. I think that one in terms of her angles, her head shape, her body type, her leanness at this point, you just project that one on down the road. That one's going to be a fresh, female-looking, very, very neat built one. When we ask that one to go, she comes up just a bit short in her stride. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, if that thing gets out and reaches just a little bit better, she's in contention to win this class as much as any of them out here. She's not as powerful as the heifers on either side of her, but if we study her top shape, we study the shape of rib that she has, she's at a disadvantage to those two, but she's dang sure got enough in terms of dimension. Just need to get out and reach just a little bit better. The heifer that'll surprise a guy when she moves versus the standstill is the heifer in third. That thing's big-bodied and massive and so stout when you study her. When the young lady gets her set up, she looks incredibly, incredibly good from the side as well. When you get to breaking her down, though, when we get her in motion, she wants to get just a little more rigid in that hawk and don't probably get out and reach as well as the heifer that wins the class, which makes her more in contention for second. And I'd just like to lay that one back just a little more in the angle to her shoulder. I think both the heifers ahead of her have just a little bit longer face or a little neater head on them, but I think that's being pretty critical of one that's so stout, so dimensional, and does a lot of good things right, just maybe don't move quite as well as our class winner. And the heifer that rounds out the class, again, one that's really long-spined, really square when we study her down her top and out through that hip. Again, one that's got some female look about her front third. But as we study this one, she just gets overwhelmed by the body and extra mass of these other heifers in this particular class. So really, really nice top trio of heifers. Kind of challenging for me to sort because I don't know if there's just one to hang your hat on. If one of those moved a little better, I think there'd be one, but it makes it so challenging in my regard, in my standpoint of just trying to figure out which one of them three fits me the best.
Congratulations in Ring 1, Class 6, winner heifer calves, born January 1st through January 31st. First place is going to go to back number 207, Skylar, exhibited by Jesse Lowe of Adrian, Missouri. Second place go to back number 205, T-Bar S, Roxanne, 131H, exhibited by Grace Vahey of Billings, Missouri. Third place is going to go to Miss Pretty Woman, 253H, exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Fourth place in that class will go to 3G Cowgirl Helen, 039H, exhibited by Olivia Martins of Monona, Iowa. At this time in Ring 1, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion, Division 2 winner heifer calves.
I think, again, a nice division of heifers here, and there were some challengings when you had to place that second class, and we just got done talking about it. But with that being said, I do think there's one out here that Dank sure does all the right things in my regard, and we talked pretty highly of that one in class, and young lady out of this first class will win this division pretty handily.
Congratulations in the winter heifer calf class division. Your champion will go to Grace Steenberg from Cheyenne, Wyoming with Butler's Miss Harmony H534ET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Brecken Murray. And reserve in that division is going to go to Honey Stick H10, exhibited by Brecken Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time in ring 1, we'll be bringing in Class A senior heifer calves born between October 1st and December 31st. Currently in ring 2 is Class 13 January junior yearling heifers in our junior Red Angus show.
I think a good place to start here with this heifer, and again, she wins this just off athleticness alone. But then you study some other pieces about her; they're really nice. That's a female. She's big body, deep and good in terms of her rib shape, really square when we study that one out in terms of her look. And then we just get her in motion. She just is so much more correct in the way she handles herself at the ground. She's longer strided, but also just a little more stable in the way she works that hawk and them knees to get her where she needs to go. So very, very easy class winner in my mind. It would be closer to me if this heifer just got out and reached a little bit better. This is the bigger, stouter one that's got plenty of dimension and shape. But when we ask that one to go, she wants to wrench just a little in her hip and maybe come up just a little bit short in her stride. So I think from now till the open show, maybe exercise that one a little bit, see if she loosens up. Because if she does that, she's got some really neat pieces and some intriguing pieces in terms of power and dimension and just spread of muscle and dimension that the heifer that wins the class doesn't. The heifer in third, again, I think one that is more athletic than the heifer in second. She gets out and reaches better. She's very, very functional in her build. That one from her shoulders back's built really, really nice. I like her shape of body. I like her length of stride. When we study the front third of her skeleton, she just gives up the extra balance. She gives up the extra look and just design a female look on that through that front end of them two heifers right there above her. But really, really nice class of females there as well. Class winner, I think, kind of surfaces rather handily.
Well, thank you, Brigham, and congratulations in ring 1. First place will go to back number 209, Miss Grace, exhibited by Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. Second place will go to back number 148, T-Bar SGG 133G, exhibited by Makai Lambert of Midland, Texas. Third place in that class will go to Cayman Jessica, exhibited by Cannon Stoner of Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. Now in ring 1, we'll look for Class 9 senior heifer calves born between September 1st and September 30th. Once again, in ring 2, in our junior Red Angus show, we have Class 13 January junior yearling heifers. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion junior heifer. Go ahead, Jacob.
Well, we're 4 or 5 deep in this class of these red Angus yearling heifers, and I think a dark red heifer and the young lady's heifer there in second, that really close placing in my mind. I think the young man's darker red heifer right here, just so much more to her when you study this one out of the top of her hip and how she transitions more muscle shape down low and through that quarter and twist, and how it ties in a little fuller with a little more substance right there above that hock, and that gives her just a little more integrity to that hock angle as we watch her out on the go. She's maybe not quite as soft and supple and elegant and cool up through that neck and head as maybe the heifer that comes right behind her, but I think she's certainly good enough, no doubt. I love the rib shape. I love the dimension through that center, the extra softness and depth through that forerib and flank. You could tidy her up just a little bit in that first and second rib, right off the back side of that scapula if you're going to get pretty nitpicky on that one, but that's an awful good female there to lead off a highly competitive class. Young ladies heifer we talked about, just one that you love the front end, you love the look, the femininity, the balance, the eye appeal. Just a cool specimen up there when we get her out on the profile. I think when you step around behind her, like we talked about, she gives up some of that expression and definition and muscling to that dark red heifer. But again, that's just kind of a tit for tat type of a deal. That's an awful good heifer there in the second spot, and I have no doubt she's probably going to win some shows and has won some shows on her own. The young lady's heifer here, it's going to be third. This is the one that comes to you at every show as a judge. You're either going to put this one first or you're going to put her third. I'm going to choose to use her down here in the third spot today. Just not the elongation and the elevation that you see within the top 2 heifers within the lineup. That's not to discount her in any sense. That's an awful good female. Big, bold sprung, wide hipped, wide pinned. I love the fact that she's super cowy and maternal in her look as well. Supreme degree of structural integrity and soundness as we get her out on the move. Just not the overall look and build and design that you saw on the front too. This heifer in fourth does, but however, we need to fix her structurally, particularly off those rear 2. She wants to get a little deviated through that hock, doesn't fit down, set down quite as secure and comfortable as she needs to be to get up there and fight for one of the top 2 spots within the class. But I love that one on the profile, and when she's on the standstill, she's put together extremely well. A big-bodied heifer that comes next maybe just doesn't move out with enough authority today to pull her up the line any higher. Same can be said about the young man's heifer that follows directly behind her, maybe a little shallower bodied as well through that forerib and flank. Young lady's heifer that comes after him is one that gets a little off and through that pin set and through that hip. We could elevate her through that tailhead and pin set and adjust that pelvis forward. That could certainly lend another balanced look to her as we view her with the rest of the class. The young lady's heifer that rounds out a good set. Long spine, feminine fronted heifer just doesn't have enough natural thickness today to move up any higher.
Nice pair of heifers over here, but a lot different in their type and kind. The red heifer's easy to find. I think that one, just in terms of added mass and dimension and shape, when the heifer's actually acting good and the young lady can get her set up, that thing projects a look that's really, really intriguing for this breed as well in terms of quality and presence. So I think one that checks some boxes and does a lot of nice things. If you want to get a little bit picky on her, she's so long-bodied, she may be, and it may be a little of her attitude today, but she don't maybe just get out and reach perfectly in terms of stride length off them hind two, even though she's stable in that hock, stable in that foot, stable in the way that she moves that hind leg. I'd just like to see her reach out just with a little bit more length of stride as we study that one. The heifer in second, and again, I told the young lady, this heifer's pretty nice. She's just small. You relate her to that red one, she's real small. But again, that one that's typey and got a female look about her. She's good in terms of her rib shape. She's just a shot more compact in both directions, and we could just maybe give that one a notch more to her and see what she does. I think one that, again, just gives up the added performance and the added dimension of them heifers right there, or that heifer right there in front of her. But still one that's built really nice from just a phenotype standpoint. That's second in that particular class.
Well, thank you, Brigham, and congratulations in Class 9 senior heifer calves born between September 1st and September 30th. First place go to back number 212, Butler's Ginger 503G, exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Second place in that class will go to T-Bar S Delilah 501 GET, exhibited by Brittany Jewel Anderson of Ash Grove, Missouri. At this time in ring 1, we will be bringing back all first and seconds to select your champion and reserve champion, senior heifer calf. Over in ring 2 in our junior Red Angus show, we have the results in from class 13 January junior yearling heifers. First place is going to go to Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma, with Rojas Valentina 9113. Second place will go to back number 683, 6 Mile LE 205G, exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Third place in that class will go to back number 651, Miss Jasmine 911G, exhibited by Kinley Rathman of Slayton, Texas. Fourth place will go to J6, Genevieve 106G, exhibited by Riley Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. Fifth place will go to J6 Gucci 100G, exhibited by Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Sixth place will go to Blake Jansen of Amber, Oklahoma. Seventh, Maddie Jenkins, Crandall, Texas. Eighth, Reagan Worthington of Frederick, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion, junior heifer division.
Well, an awesome division. Just 2 classes of them, but just awesome heifers in each class to come out on top. The respective seconds were just really, really good themselves. And I think our 2 class winners in particular, I don't think you can go wrong either way. I think both of them are good heifers. There's some nitpicky things and some differences amongst them, just some subtle things that you could certainly start to talk about. But, they're both good, folks. Whichever one you like. If you don't like the one I'm going to use, I know I'm going to use probably the other one for reserve, because they're both going to get a piece of this deal. If you like them the other way, I can certainly see the justification of flipping them around. For me today, I'll show you the way that I'm going to put them. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause for a highly competitive division.
Well, congratulations to Ty Column of Perkins, Oklahoma, with Duff Red Fox, 1997.
I think in this division, and nothing taken against the seconds in this particular class, but it definitely lies between these 2 firsts, and I think there's some give and take in both of them. When we study them, I think the black heifer that comes out first is maybe just a shot more compact. We study her, she's a little deeper in her center body, maybe one that when you ask her to go because of her advantage in terms of, well, it ain't necessarily advantage, but because she's a little more compact, she does get out and reach better, maybe gets out and covers that step just ever so slight better when we get her in motion, even though she wants to roll up just a little bit there as we study her in her pins or her hooks when she gets out and goes. So she's maybe got just a shot more functional hip when we evaluate that one from a length of stride standpoint. But that thing puts together a really nice look. She's really balanced when we study that one from the side. She gives up just a little bit of power to the heifer in second and some other pieces as well. But I do think that one's definitely a contender because of her functionality and her ability to get out and go. The red heifer that wins the second class, and again, one in terms of look and balance and squareness, you probably can't build them much squarer or neater than that as you study her. I think that one's got an advantage in terms of body length, squareness, and length in terms of her hip. I think when you study their structure and their angles, they're very similar in terms of their functionality, in terms of just their squareness and the way they set their feet to the ground. I think this one, is just a shot longer bodied. We could have asked that one to go just ever so slightly better in terms of length of stride, even though her stride and the way that she she gets out and move and handles her skeleton is actually really, really good. So to me, you've got one that's maybe just a touch softer, a little more compact, maybe just a shot more functional in terms of her hind leg movement or longer in terms of her stride, maybe because of her because of that the added body length in the red heifer, or you use the red heifer that's got a little extra look, a little extra neatness in terms of her top and the way that she blends her pieces together. So to me, this is a really, really close pair. I think both these heifers are really, really nice, so I'm on the fence on where I'll go. But I'm going to study this pair of these things just a little bit longer, and then I'll pick your champion and your reserve in this division.
Jacob, same thing. This is our single class and
Back over in ring 2, your reserve champion in the junior heifer division was exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma, with Rojas Valentina, 91-13. Now in ring 2's class 14, winter yearlings. Well, congratulations in ring 1 in your senior heifer calf division. Champion will go to Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas with Miss Grace. And reserve champion will go to Butler's Ginger 503G, exhibited by Alexandria Rab of Markle, Indiana. Now in ring 1 will be class 11 intermediate heifers born between July 1st and August 31st, 2019.
Well, in this older yearling class here, we've got a young lady's heifer up here at the top end of the class. Just a bold sprung, deep-sided type of a female that you like the angularity, you like the feminine look, and yet all the power and substance and volume from there back. Just a tremendous amount of rib shape and depth of side. Really good all the way down to the ground when you talk about the angles to her feet and legs and how she gets out and travels with such smoothness and fluidity. Just really, really good. And she's got a nice udder coming up underneath of her as well. It looks to be going to be an awesome cow for her once she lays down and goes into production. And the one right behind her has gone into production, and you can see she's raising a nice bull calf right behind her. She's one that you might want to square her up and shorten up the teeth placement and size just a little bit, but there's a lot of milk flow there, and you like that. You like how good a job she's doing. Maybe just not the overall volume and capacity today to really rival what you see within the young ladies heifer, but a good pair of cattle there within this class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in your senior division. Your first place and champion is going to go to Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma with DDAD Young Cowgirl. And reserve champion will go to Kent Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma with DDAD Willow.
Nice pair of heifers here on this side of the ring. I think a class winner that's just balances up a little nicer. When we ask her to go, she's maybe just a much more stable in her hind leg set. She's got a little more shape or rib working out of the top side of her skeleton, maybe a shot more dimension when we study her from a three-quarter angle. Maybe not blessed with it quite as much depth of center body, or maybe don't tie as deep in terms of her rear muscle shape off of that hind quarter, but I think there's just enough more shape and freshness and leanness when we study that one. She needs to win this class. The heifer in second, again, one that's really functional in terms of her build. I love the flatness of joints and the flatness of build this one has. When we relate her to that one, she's maybe not as dimensional. When we get right in behind her, she'll shape up quite as nicely when we study her rib shape coming out of that top line. And when you ask her to go, maybe wants to roll up just a little bit in that top when she goes. But I still think one that's functional in terms of her build and very, very neat in terms of just her squareness and flatness of joints. But really, really nice pair of heifers in this particular class.
Well, congratulations in Class 11 Intermediate Heifers. First place will go to Goodness Gracious, exhibited by Grace Steenbergen from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Second place will go to Ridge She's Boozy, G701, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Next in ring one will be Class 12 Intermediate Heifers born between May 1st and June 30th.
Single entry over here on the Gelbvieh side. And again, she's not necessarily wanting to come in the ring just the best, but we study this one just in terms of power and dimension and shape. She does it good. I think that thing's good in terms of her foot design and foot shape as well. When we study this one, though, maybe not quite as deep into her center rib as she reads like she could be with as much power and mass as she has, but I still think one for a single entry that's functional in terms of her build, plenty shapey as we study her in terms of rib shape and design, and good and long and level in terms of that hip design as well. So very, very nice single entry.
Well, thank you and congratulations in Class 12. First place will go to Bonnie McMurphy with exhibited by Cody Forbes of DeSmith, South Dakota. At this time, we'll be bringing in first and seconds to select your intermediate heifer champion and reserve.
Not quite as deep a division as we've seen in a couple of these others, but I still think they're nice. I think, again, we study these things from a functionality standpoint. I think there is some differences, and you can see those from the outside. There's a little difference here in terms of age, but there's one that probably fits me just a little bit better, just in terms of the added volume and the added dimension that she has. Young man out of that second class will be your champion in this division.
Congratulations in our intermediate heifer division. Your champion intermediate heifer exhibited by Cody Forbes with Bonnie McMurray. Reserve champion in that division will go to Goodness Gracious, exhibited by Grace Steenbergen of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Now in ring one will be Class 14. We'll be looking for a single entry from Brooke Cooper.
I think a single entry that comes in on this side, and again, super, super powerful one in terms of dimension and shape. We study that one's rib shape. It's more than ideal in terms of the way that she's built. When we study her up through her front end, though, she's getting a little more crest, maybe a little bolder as we study her up through that front third. But functionality's good, shape's good, muscle and dimensions. She's super, super powerful when we study her, and yet, you study her in motion. She's plenty good in terms of the way she goes because her foot size and everything rolls in there right. We could maybe just trim that one up ever so slightly up through the front third of her body, and I think it would balance her rear third even, or rear two-thirds even better. But really nice single entry the young lady brings.
Well, currently in ring 2, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion female here in our Junior Red Angus show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Coming out of your Spring Heifer division, champion Spring Heifer calf was exhibited by Hadley Hartman with HEH Faith 15. Your champion Junior Heifer calf exhibited by Madison Fisher with TG Hollywood 5H. Coming out of the Fall Heifer calf division, that champion was FLC Dancing Queen 913, exhibited by Brett Pembroke. Your champion intermediate heifer was Roge's Miss 6100 9205, exhibited by Chloe McSentry. Your champion senior intermediate heifer went to TC Ingrid 64G, exhibited by Cass Kleeman. Champion junior heifer was Duff Red Fox 1997, exhibited by Ty Cullum. And coming out of the senior division, your champion senior female was exhibited by Morley Griffith with DDAD Young Cowgirl. For those of you ringside, please put your hands together and congratulate all of our junior Red Angus exhibitors. Okay, turn that up.
Well, first off, I just want to say thank you to the Red Angus Association the adult board and the junior board for asking me to be a part of the your Red Angus show here, initially in Denver and now here in Oklahoma City, for keeping me on board, the Oklahoma City staff and Aaron. It's been a treat. I knew it would be. I've had the opportunity to watch this breed the last several years and actually work on a few of these cattle out in Denver a few years ago, and just the leaps and bounds and the genetic progress that this breed has made is just absolutely staggering. It's a lot of our other breeds that are showcased at some of these shows. It's the people have really latched on to them, and they've done such an awesome job as breeders and just proponents of the industry and the breed themselves, that the genetic diversity and the phenotypical progress that you made is just absolutely amazing and stunning. And I think this is an excellent representation of what some really good cattle can be, not only within this breed, but within just the realm of the seed stock industry and the show ring industry as well. Great cattle in every class and in every division today. Great group of kids. It's just been truly an honor to see this much quality to come in and out of each class every single time today. It was really fun, and I know with a lot of things going on in the world right now, we all need a little bit of that. So that certainly lifted my hopes up for the day, and I hope it did you as well. Just sitting outside and watching what these youngsters can do and the cattle that they've brought to town to showcase before you. So with that, let's give all these kids a big round of applause, if you would. A great show, great set of Red Angus cattle, and a great set of kids.
Well, congratulations to your champion, Red Angus female, exhibited by Cattlemen with TC Ingrid 64G. Reserve champion in that division went to Paige Van Dyke with TC Ellie 86G.
I think an interesting trio of heifers over here, and I wouldn't argue if you switch a few things, but this heifer just does the most good for me. In terms of rib shape, in terms of the way that rib kind of just like comes out the behind her shoulder, the extra stoutness, the extra boldness, and yet the transitions of that are just progressively wider. She wedges up like they're supposed to from nose to rear. You study this one in terms of her feet shape and size, they're good. But what I like the most about is how fresh this one is in terms of her condition, how exposed you can see her underline is, but yet how fresh and neat she's built in that regard as well. She's just by far the one that, to me, that reaches the most in terms of quality, in terms of shape of rib, in terms of shape of muscle, and yet being right in terms of her condition, not exposing too much or too little of any resort. But again, we could critically change that one ever so slightly when we ask her to go. Sometimes when she's walking this way, she wants to get just a little choppier, a little shorter in her step, but then you send her the other way, she don't expose that problem quite as bad as she does the other direction. But young man's heifer that comes in second, again, when she first came into class, I thought, whoa, this thing's really, really nice. And she is. I think in terms terms of quality, she's really, really nice. She's not as neat or as fresh in terms of her condition as the heifer there that wins the class. And with that, she's maybe not near as pretty in the way that she's built in her underline back in through that udder where you can read and see where she's at in terms of farthness along a calf. Again, this is a big, flat bone, really good-footed one that maybe gets out and reaches just a little better than the class winner, but she don't shape up near as nice. She don't hold her hip near as good when you get her in motion. Really, really nice pop pair of females here, and I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch them. The heifer in third, and again, I think this one you can either run with or she needs to go third. And to me, I think there's some pieces about her that are really, really intriguing. She's big-footed. She's really good at the ground. She gets out and reaches good. We study this one from kind of basically her fore-rib back. She's explosive in terms of her rib design. She's really soft and sound off of that rear, too. But when you break her down two-dimensionally off from the side, she's pushing a little more chest. She's just a little plainer as we study her up through that front third. Maybe don't handle that loin quite as well as either of the two heifers right there in front of her, probably because she's so far along in calf. The next heifer that comes in is a big, rugged, stout one. Again, in terms of feet and legs, she fits the mold of this class in terms of just soundness. You know, she gets out and reaches good. Her shape and shape of body's really, really nice. She's maybe not quite as fresh in terms of her appearance as we study those heifers right there above her. She's a little bit plainer up through that chest form, maybe just a little plainer in her muscle shape compared to them ones right above her. But I still think that's a bulky, wide, really good structured one that just got stuck in a really, really tough class. The heifer that rounds out the class, again, you can see this one. She's lean in her condition. She's fresh in terms of her look. She just needs more to her to place any higher in this particular class. Just needs more performance, more gas, more dimension of body to place any higher.
In ring 2, your reserve champion female in the Red Angus show was exhibited by Hadley Hartman. Hadley exhibited HEH Faith 15. Once again, congratulations to those junior Red Angus exhibitors. Over in ring 1, class 14 junior heifers born between April 1st and April 30th. First place went to Cowgirl 942G, exhibited by Brooke Cooper of Burdett, Kansas. In class 15 junior heifers born between March 1st and March 31st. First place went to Butler's Miss Gabby 534 GET, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place went to G233ET, exhibited by Casey Martin of Oregon, Illinois. Third place went to Miss Scarlet, exhibited by Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. Fourth place went to Gypsy Rose, exhibited by Hayden Tabor of Agra, Oklahoma. And in fifth place went to Eileen, exhibited by Portia Binning of Cherokee, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is class 16 junior heifers born between January 1st and February 28th. Well, congratulations in ring 2 in your bred and owned Red Angus show. Your champion is exhibited by Hadley Hartman with HEH Faith 15. And reserve champion in our junior Red Angus bred and owned show will go to Kinley Raffman with Miss Jasmine. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time in ring 2, we are breaking for pictures, and we'll start back in just about 10 minutes with our Pee Wee showmanship.
I think another really nice class, and right on down to the bottom in terms of just power and dimension and mass. I think all these heifers fit the bill. The heifer that wins this class, and to me, she does it rather handily, just in terms of freshness and look and eye appeal. She does a lot of nice things. I think that one, in terms of her rib shape, is really, really good. And studying that one, as lean as she is, she's still so true and neat in terms of her body design, the way she balances up, puts all her pieces together. And then still, you ask her to get out and go. She gets out underneath herself and reaches and does what she's supposed to. Maybe not just the most spread apart when you ask her to go away from you, but I still think that one's probably the freshest, most attractive built one with all the basics as well. The heifer in second is the big burly stout one, and I think some pieces of her class advantages. She does have an advantage in terms of length. She's got advantage in terms of just sheer dimension and power as we study her to that class winner. She gets just a little more robotic in the way she wants to hit off them hind two today, and it's probably because she's so stout and she's so dimensional that she maybe just don't balance up quite as neatly when we ask her to go. She's really functional still. But then when we study her to that class winner, she's pushing a little more chest floor, and one like her probably would have just a little bit more than that class winner. But that's a nice top pair of heifers, and if you'd like to sort them a different way, I don't argue with you one bit. I chose the extra quality, the extra look. The heifer in third, I think one that's super athletic, so dimensional, so powerful, so just wide in terms of her construction, and yet she's so athletic when you ask her to go. She don't have the extras that she have is a little extra navel, a little extra chest, a little extra shoulder, and I think if we could tone those areas down, I think it's just a part of her, but if we could tone those areas down, she's athletic enough and gets out and moves good enough as any in this class, and I think that thing could roll up a few spots, but very, very intriguing, very different in terms of her build, but super powerful and super athletic. The black heifer that comes out next, very, very neat and deep and very level in terms of her body line. I think one, again, you study her out through in terms of her length of hip, her squareness of hip is really, really good. When we ask that one to get out and go, we need to just lengthen her out a bit in her stride, lay her back a little more in the angle to her shoulder. She's pushing a little more condition, and she's one of those, when she moves, she exposes it just a little worse than, say, the heifer there that stands right in front of her, but still a really nice cow the young man brings. And then the red heifer that's acting up just a little bit, and again, that's probably hindering her as much as any, much like the red one a little earlier in the class. That thing is so stout, so dimensional, so big in terms of her body, but yet still very athletic when you ask her to go. In this particular class, I just need to lean that one up quite a bit. She's carrying a little extra condition even above the heifer there that's in front of her. So if we just lean that one down a little bit, maybe it would roll that one up a spot or two in this particular class for sure. But really nice class, or top pair of heifers in that particular lineup.
Well, congratulations in Class 16 junior heifers born between January 1st and February 28th. First place will go to back number 227, Butler's Miss Gia 90 GET, exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Second place will go to Gemma Oki 902G, exhibited by Victoria Brooke Novak of Bland, Missouri. Third place will go to Colton Ivers of Austin, Minnesota. Fourth place will go to Colin Bird of Hampton, Iowa. And fifth place in that class, exhibited by Avariel Hightower of Lacey, Kansas. At this time, we will now be selecting your champion and reserve champion junior heifers out of Division 5. You can go ahead and turn it up.
Really nice division here in the Gelbvieh show, and I do think there's some different ways you can go because there is kind of some differences in them, but I do nothing taken against the red heifer that's sound and stout, and we talked to that one in class. It's maybe not quite as neat up through that front third as the two behind her, but I think added power and dimension's good. But the two heifers that come out of this next two classes are probably where the cards fly, and I think there's obviously a couple good seconds to each of these heifers as well. So there's maybe one of these out here that's got just a shot more shape, maybe just a shot more density and muscle as I study that one or read that one. But I think the pair's really nice from a quality standpoint. So I'm going to go out here and pick your champion, study him a little longer, pick your reserve. But young lady, the heifer out of the second class will be your champion.
Well, congratulations in your junior heifer division. Your champion junior heifer is going to go to Butler's Miss Gabby, 534 GET, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Second place out of that class was exhibited by Casey Martin of Oregon, Illinois. Well, congratulations. Your reserve champion junior heifer will be exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Gia 90 GET. Congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, we'll bring in Class 18, senior heifers born between September 1st and December 31st, 2018. After this class, we will be inviting in our champion and reserve champion divisions to compete for your champion junior and Gelbvieh heifer champion. I think I just said champion too many times.
Single entry here, senior yearling heifer. And again, the cow's skinny, but she's obviously raising a calf, obviously went through some sort of trauma that she's never experienced in her life here. for the first time, and the baby calf's 2 weeks old, so she's usually that's the worst one can look is pretty fresh after calving and bring them to a show. You can tell she's got a nice little udder, maybe not the fullest right now, but she's not the stoutest or the fattest cow either. So the udder's dropping square and looks nice. Maybe just need to put a little more condition into that cow to make sure she handles it and breeds back. But I think one that's functionally sound, nice udder, and raising a little calf that's bloomy and healthy here at the show.
Congratulations in our senior heifer division. Your champion senior heifer is going to go to Bianca Binning of Cherokee, Oklahoma with Pro Heart Tiffany 856. Are we going to... At this time, we'll be welcoming in all of our champion and reserve champion division winners in our junior Gelbvieh show to select your champion and reserve champion junior heifers. Coming in out of your spring heifer calf division, your champion spring heifer calf was exhibited by Garrett Walden with T-Bar S MS 128H. Reserve champion spring heifer calf was exhibited by Carly Rumfelt with H96BET. In Division 2, your winner heifer calves, your champion winner heifer calf was exhibited by Grace Steenbergen of Cheyenne, Wyoming with Butler's Miss Harmony H534ET. Reserve champion exhibited by Brecken Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma with Honeystick H10. Division 3, who is champion? Coming in out of Division 3, your champion senior heifer calf was exhibited by Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas with Miss Grace. Reserve champion in that division exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana with Butler's Ginger 503G. Out of Division 4, intermediate heifer champion was exhibited by Cody Forbes with Bonnie McMurray. Reserve champion intermediate heifer exhibited by Grace Steenbergen of Cheyenne, Wyoming with Goodness Gracious. Coming out of Division 5, champion in Division 5 was exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri with Butler's Miss Gabby 534 GET. Reserve champion in that division went to Alexandria Ram of Markle, Indiana with Butler's Miss Gia 90 GET. And out of the senior division, your champion senior female was exhibited by Bianca Binning of Cherokee, Oklahoma with Pro Hearts Tiffany 856. At this time, please put your hands together as our champion and reserve champion Gelbvieh exhibitors enter the ring.
Well, that'll wake somebody up if you're not awake. I like that song. But really, really nice set of females here. And the Balancer show, we went through and evaluated them, and I thought that was extremely, extremely deep and extremely good, and didn't know quite what to expect here when we get into the high percentages. And I'll be honest with you, they're just as tough, and they're just as tough to evaluate. And we starting out right at the very front. You started out with one that was kind of an outlier for a breed in terms of look and quality and presence, and that's to me what probably shocked me the most. So I think a very, very unique lineup that of heifers we've got out here. I won't retalk every one of these because we talk these pretty extensively throughout the day and throughout their class, but there are a couple of these, and in one in particular that probably hits me the hardest. And and my family runs quite a few cows back home, and trying to balance out different breeds, balance out what priorities you have is important. But when you run a lot of cows, they got to be cows first. So with that being said, structural integrity is awfully important, and things need to stay sound. They've got to have enough to them and enough dimension to hold together, especially if you're one that grazes year round like we try to do as well. But I think there's one out here that probably maybe fits me the best, just in terms of balance, in terms of length of neck, length of spine, length of hip, matches really, really well. Her substance and the amount of dimension that she has, but yet the progressions and the way that she moves in motion is probably by far the best one in this particular lineup. So I think you guys could probably study which one maybe I like the best, but I'm going to go out here and select her for you. So I want to thank everybody who had me here, the Gelbvieh Association, everybody that put this on. I know we talked a little bit earlier, but let's give everybody one last round of applause, and we'll end the Gelbvieh show here shortly.
Well, congratulations to Grace Steenbergen of Cheyenne, Wyoming, with your champion Gelbvieh female Butler's Miss Harmony H534ET. Reserve champion in that division was exhibited by Brecken Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. And congratulations to your reserve champion Gelbvieh heifer, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri, with Butler's Miss Gabby 534 GET. Once again, congratulations to all of our junior Gelbvieh exhibitors. If you are ringside, please join me in putting your hands together to congratulate all of them. In ring 2, we are about ready to get started with our Pee Wee showmanship here in our Junior Red Angus show. At this time, we will be welcoming all of our Pee Wee exhibitors into the ring. Also, for those of you ringside, please put your hands together and thank Mr. Brigham Stewart for joining us here at the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City.
Well, we're going to start off this showmanship portion of our Red Angus show with a trio of these peewees out here that I think have got a firm foundation already established to become an excellent showman on down the road. And we're going to pick a couple of them for champion and reserve. Everybody's going to get a prize out here. So let's give these kids a big round of applause, if you would, and we'll go and select a champion and reserve.
That's fine. Thank you. Next in ring 2 will be your junior showmanship class in our junior Red Angus show. Once again, entering the ring now is your junior showmanship class in the junior Red Angus show.
Grace Harrington, Harrington, and Colby Sweeney.
Congratulations in our Pee Wee division. Your champion Pee Wee showman went to Grace Harrington and reserve to Colby Sweeney.
Well, what a great group of these junior showmen out here in the Red Angus breed. It was an awesome show earlier, and you bring all these junior kids back out here, and it just the competition gets ratcheted up just a little bit higher. I like doing showmanship after a show like this because I can remember these kids back when they came out into their respective classes during the actual show. And let's face the facts and tell the truth. Kids show different right now in this showmanship class than they do during a regular show. So for some reason, there's a switch that gets turned on in between times. And when us as parents are really concerned about them getting that heifer stuck and getting that animal stuck and get the head up and get the judge the best look, they're sometimes not quite understanding what we want. But then you bring them out here in showmanship, and sometimes they're just like a whole different child. I've witnessed it. I've had my own son do that. So it's kind of cool because I can remember back on what they were like when they came out here for their classes and how they showed in the actual show. And it helps me be able to come out here and pick two out of a really tough group of these junior kids. So let's give all these kids and parents a big round of applause, if you would, and I'll go show you the two that I like today.
Alyssa. Congratulations to your champion junior showman, going to Alyssa Meyer. Meyer, Meyer, Meier. And reserve champion will go to Kinley Rathman. Once again, if you could put your hands together and congratulate all of our junior Red Angus showmanship exhibitors. At this time, we are going to invite all of our intermediate showmen into the ring. After intermediate showmen, we will bring in our final class of the day here in the Jim Norick Arena in our Red Angus ring. That'll be our senior showmanship division.
Well, another lineup of just highly competitive kids from top to bottom. And, you get these intermediates out here, and they're at that age where they've picked up on quite a bit. They've been under the tutelage of mom and dad and whoever for a while now. So you can really start to see what kind of a showman they've progressed into. And I think all 7 of these individuals out here are just absolutely fabulous. You can't go wrong with whichever one you want to pick. There's no doubt that they could all go into a contest at a national level and be right there at the top end of every division, and maybe even the senior division at the end. They're all just that good. And like I harkened back to earlier, it's nice to have seen these kids already come out in the regular show, because it helps me with the evaluation of them out here, and I don't have to take up a whole lot of your time throughout the rest of this afternoon, because I can remember each one of them and what they did throughout the day when they came into their respective classes, if they hit me hard. There was a couple of them that, honestly, there's 4 of them that are out here that I remember quite vividly because they hit me that hard as being awful good showmen when they came out in their first classes of the day, and then they would bring them back out here, and they really hold together quite nicely. And so between those 4, there's some nitpicky things. I just think there's some things that each judge individually picks up on that the other ones that somebody else may not, and that's kind of what you tie to, and what the glue is that helps you with your lock in your decision. So I'll show you which 2 that I like in this division. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause, if you would, for a great show.
Well, congratulations in our intermediate division here in our Junior Red Angus show. Your champion intermediate showman goes to Madison Fisher, and reserve champion to Andrew Meyer. At this time, we'll invite our senior showman into the ring.
There's only one, and it's Paige Van Dyke.
We would also like to remind all exhibitors and spectators that we do ask you to wear a mask, whether you are here in the show arena or back in the barns. We would be at risk of having our show canceled if you do not cooperate with wearing a mask. So please, if you can do your part and continuing our show throughout the week, we greatly appreciate it. Once again, masks must be worn at all times while in the barns, in the show ring, and in the stands.
Well, just one of our senior showmen here, and this young lady did a fantastic job earlier in the show. And, she led that heifer to a reserve division championship and brought her back out here. And she's certainly worthy of a champion senior showman title. Congratulations to her.
Well, congratulations to your champion senior showman going to Paige Van Dyke. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in the Jim Norick Arena at day one of the Cattlemen Congress. We had our regional Red Angus Junior show, as well as our junior balancer and Gelbvieh shows. Once again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Check, check. Mic check, test 1, 2. We'd like to welcome everyone to the 24th Annual Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Futurity. We have 7 entries this year. We are going to do 2 votings on the bulls. Bylaws require us to do 2 votings, so we're going to do our vote first. Then the balancer futurity will take place while we're counting votes, and we'll come back and do a second voting, and then we'll name our champion bull. We're going to start out this year by bringing the bulls in, youngest to oldest. So we are going to start with entry number 7. When they get those bulls lined up right here, we're ready to go ahead and introduce the bulls for the 24th Annual Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Futurity. If you have not received and registered for your voter's card, please come down and do so at this point. While we're introducing the bulls, we will give you a ballot as you enter for voting, and we will allow 20 minutes for voting of the bulls. We'll bring them in, line them up side by side for 10 minutes. Then we'll lead them around, line them up on a profile to where everyone can see them on a profile as well. First entry to come into the ring is entry number 7, coming to you from Genetics West, Berthoud, Colorado. This is RT Depart 0012H. Homozygous black, homozygous polled, purebred 94%, Gelbvieh bull. Current weight is 881 with a scrotal circumference of 35.5. This is entry number 7. Next coming in is entry number 6. From Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri, HTFG Hilltops, Hawkeye H064. Purebred 88% Gelbvieh bull, homozygous polled, current weight 1,030 pounds, scrotal circumference of 35 centimeters. That is entry number 6 from Hilltop Farms. Entry number 5 comes from Taubenheim Gelbvieh, Amherst, Nebraska, TAU Rush 110H ET. Purebred 94% Gelbvieh bull, homozygous polled, 1,171 pounds, 43 centimeter scrotal. This is entry number 5 from Taubenheim Gelbvieh, Amherst, Nebraska. Entry number 4 comes from Warner Beef Genetics, Arapahoe, Nebraska, DLH Handmade 591H. Homozygous black, homozygous polled, purebred 94% Gelbvieh bull, 1108 is his weight, 36.5 centimeters scrotal. That's entry number 4 from Warner Beef Genetics, Arapahoe, Nebraska. Entry number 3, coming from Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas, CIRS Halen 717H, purebred 94% Gelbvieh bull, homozygous black, homozygous polled, current weight 1155, 36 centimeters scrotal. This is entry number 3 from Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Entry number 2 comes from Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas, purebred 88% Gelbvieh bull, JRI pivotal point 253H4, homozygous polled, current weight 1198, 40.5 centimeters scrotal. This is entry number 2 from Judd Ranch Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas. Entry number 1, coming to you from Pro Heart Seed Stock, Pueblo, Colorado, PHS Pro Heart Old Glory 95G, purebred 94% Gelbvieh bull, homozygous polled, current weight 1809, 42 centimeters scrotal. It's entry number 1 from Pro Heart Seed Stock, Pueblo, Colorado. All members that have registered, you can come right here by the table, get your ballots. There's a supplement sheet as well with the current weights and supplement of the current weights and scrotal circumferences. If you would like that, it's all available when you go in. We have 20 minutes for voting. 10 minutes into it, we will walk the bulls and line them up as a side profile for you to see that as well. The Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Fraternity offers a $1,000 scholarship each and every year. This year, we did have 3 great applicants. The announcement of that scholarship winner will be at the fraternity events tonight at 8 o'clock in the Sheraton Hotel downtown. Everyone's welcome. The fraternity events where we have our drawing, we award prizes to the winners of the Bull Fraternity here today as well, and we are selling 4 memberships to the Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Fraternity. Rare opportunity. Usually it's only 1 to 2 memberships per year, with a lot of years being just 1. So if you're interested in a Bull Fraternity membership and like to purchase it, we are auctioning 4 of those tonight at the Sheraton Hotel at the fraternity final events. So everyone is welcome. Also tonight at the hotel, right outside the fraternity meeting, there will be a table set up. Therese Lambert will be there. The Gelbvieh in the U.S. Gelbvieh history book will be available for sale there, and also a book signing as well for anyone that would like to purchase a Gelbvieh in the U.S. history book. Make sure that you come there to the entrance to the ballroom tonight, and Therese will be there with those history books, and they are available for you to purchase one at that point in time. For all fraternity members, there is a fraternity meeting for the membership tonight at 7 o'clock at the Sheraton Inn Hotel prior to the final events that start at 8 o'clock tonight. For all fraternity members, the membership meeting is prior to the fraternity final events tonight. Okay, our 10 minutes is up for viewing side by side. We're going to ask all the fraternity members to come over to the side by the stands. We're going to take and walk these bulls, and we'll walk them all the way around one walk, complete walk, to where you can see them on the move. And then we're going to stop them profile facing back toward the podium here. Hey, Michael, I know she said go around and stop there, but make a complete walk to where they can see all the bulls walk. Make a complete circle, then come back there. Okay, you're welcome to walk out and amongst the bulls and down by their sides, behind them, whatever you would like. We have 5 minutes left. If you would, go ahead and start getting your final choices made. Mark your ballot and be ready to turn them in 5 minutes. Please remember the final Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Futurity final events tonight at the Sheraton Hotel, 8 o'clock p.m. membership meeting prior to that at 7:30. Fun, eventful night, cash bar inside. There is no food this year, but we do have a ballroom with plenty of table spacing spaced at the proper spacing to meet all of the protocols for here in Oklahoma City. So everyone is welcome. We have 2 minutes. If you would, go ahead and complete your ballots. Bring them up to the podium here, turn them in. We will be bringing back the 3 top winning bulls for a final vote following the balance or futurity voting. One minute. If everyone would go ahead and finalize your ballots, bring them onto the podium. As soon as everyone clears the ring here, we can go ahead and take the bulls out. I will let you guys know the top 3 bulls here as soon as we get votes tallied. If you guys would, when you take the bulls out, just leave them in the tie-up area right out back here. That way it's easy available to bring our top 3 bulls back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway with our 2021 Balancer Bull Futurity. If you are a member, please be making your way down to the ring, or if you're voting proxy for a member that can't be here today, please be making your way down here. We've got the bulls out in the staging area. They're getting ready to be coming in here shortly. What I'd like to do is go ahead and issue the voting ballots. If you have your membership card, please come up to the front. We'll collect those and get your ballot to you, and then we will announce the bulls as they come in. Members, if you've not picked up a supplement sheet, if you need one, we do have those here at the front. We're getting ready to bring the bulls in and line them up. just text your brother. All right, I'm going to go down here and get them going. Okay. Keep an eye on this, please, for me. I will. Thank you. We did up there. See Tom up there? Make sure and put your card in the green thing. We're ready. If they're ready, let them come on in.
Do you have? Sorry, I haven't.
There's 14.
Okay.
You want line up?
Okay. You want 2 rows of 7, or you want to try and get all 14 of them in one line?
2 rows of 7.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. You want them in lot order?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll start with lot 1.
Okay.
I'll announce them. Go ahead and bring them up here. Thank you, William. I'm sorry I didn't see Jake there.
No.
Thank you. Well, you do. The Balancer Bull Futurity was initiated several years ago to identify outstanding genetics within the breed. This year, we're pleased to present 14 bulls for your consideration. Coming in the ring now will be lot number 1, T-Bar S Stimulus, 112H. Please note that the catalog is correct. We do not have any supplement information, and the EPDs are correct as of the printing, which was recently. And also, the supplement sheet will have the information of the weight, ribeye, scrotal, back fat, and IMF. So lot 1, T-Bar S Stimulus, 112H. He is a homozygous black, homozygous polled Balancer bull, exhibited by T-Bar S. Lot number 2, Hot Rod HO28. He is a homozygous black, homozygous polled equalizer son, exhibited by Hilltop Farms. Lot number 3 is BABR 1307H. It is a black homozygous polled Balancer bull, exhibited by Beestrom, sired by Synergy. By the way, we will be exhibiting these bulls 7 in the front row and 7 in the back. Lot number 4 is Hilltop's Headliner HO49. He's a Ditka Balancer bull. He is homozygous black and homozygous polled. Coming in the ring next will be lot number 5. Hotline 5116H. He is homozygous black and homozygous polled, sired by Stevenson Declaration. He's exhibited by Warner Beef Genetics. Lot number 6 is Block Party. He is a classic sired bull, balancer bull, exhibited by Beeler Gelbvieh. And he is black and homozygous polled. That'll be lot number 6. And rounding out the front row will be lot number 7. Patton 68H324. He's a General Patton son, balancer bull. He's black and homozygous polled, exhibited by Judd Ranch. And then starting our second row will be lot number 8. Homeland 56H, exhibited by Taubenheim Gelbvieh. This is a Carolina Leverage son. And he is homozygous black and homozygous polled. Lot number 9 is Black Gold Mandate 0081G. He's a Mr. Payweight 19C son, and he is homozygous black and polled. He is polled. He's exhibited by Black Gold Genetics. And Black Gold Genetics is bringing us also lot number 10. Under Fire 0051G. He's a son of High Definition 8063E. He's a red balancer bull who is homozygous polled. Lot number 11 is Record Year 9190G. He's an Enterprise E080 son. He is red and homozygous polled. And he's exhibited by Rayleigh Gelbvieh and balancer. Okay, lot number 13. And please note this when you're voting, there is no lot number 12. So when you're voting, don't mark a lot number 12 or your ballot will be spoiled. Okay. So lot number 13, Precision Grade 312G. He's a balancer bull, sired by Confidential. He is homozygous black and homozygous polled, exhibited by Little Windy Hills Farms. Lot number 14, Public Offender 913G. It's a balancer bull sired by Godfather 575C. He is black and homozygous polled, exhibited by McIntosh Brothers. And then rounding out this extremely stout offering this year is lot number 15. Plainsman Granger 9126G. Homozygous black, homozygous pole balancer son of Plainsman Dirt Road 6144D. Okay. So at this time, we're going to leave the bulls lined up the way they are. We're going to take about 15 minutes to evaluate them, and we'll ask the membership to step to one side. We'll walk them, and then we'll have a few more minutes to finish your evaluations. So, balancer members, if you would, begin your judging.
Attention in the ring, attention in the ring. A mask is required to be in the ring. A mask is required to be in the ring and spectating. Thank you for cooperation to keep us all healthy and safe.
Just as a reminder, we'll only be doing one voting for the balancer bulls. This will be our voting that we're doing at the moment. We'll tally those votes, and then we'll bring in the top 5 bulls back in for our presentation, and that will be after the second voting for the purebred futurity. And then we will, after we announce our winner, our 2 runners-up and our winner, then we will, after the presentation, do our drawing with the juniors. And at that point, we will also have some consolation prizes that I'll be telling you about as well for those along the way. When you're done voting, if you want to bring your ballots up front, I'll be collecting those at the front desk. Thank you. Again, recall there is no lot 12. About 8 more minutes, and then we'll begin walking the bulls just shortly after that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got about 3 minutes left, and then we'll be asking you to step to the side, please. Okay, exhibitors, if you would make your way to the wall on my left, please. Excuse me, not exhibitors, but members. Sorry. And then, Jake, if we could have the juniors help, we would like to walk the bulls around the ring. And we'll start with lot number 1 beginning the parade. And then lot number 8, if you would follow around, please. Just circle, come through and circle, please. they complete their tour around the ring. Truly, we have a tremendous set of balancer bulls here. A testament last year was that our balancer bull champion also won the open show. And I'm sure you can expect big things from this group on Tuesday as well as Wednesday. Once the number 15 bull is set up, then if the members would like to go back out and evaluate, we'll have about another 10 minutes, and then we will complete our voting. As you complete your ballots, I'll be taking those up front at the front desk. members should start making their final choices. We'll be completing here in just shortly. Got about 3 minutes left for voting. About 2 minutes. Okay, let's make our final selections. Okay, if you've not brought your ballot to the front, if you would do so at this time. And members and people in the audience, if you would, let's show our appreciation for these exhibitors and the tremendous quality that they brought to us today for our 2021 Balancer Bull Futurity. Against all odds, they made it here and did a tremendous job. Thank you. We'll be counting the votes. If you would, exhibitors, please stay nearby, and we'll be getting with you here just shortly. Thank you.
We're ready to bring in the Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh bulls for the second voting. If we would go ahead and line those bulls up. We're going to bring them in. We'll do a brief introduction. Then we'll do the voting. Our voting this time will be 15 minutes. Are the Breeders' Choice bulls ready? Okay, back in the arena here, the three top vote bulls from the first round. Entry number 1, Pro Heart Seed Stock, Pueblo, Colorado. Entry number 5, from Taubenheim Gelbvieh, Amherst, Nebraska. And entry number 6, from Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. If you'll just bring them in and line them up right here side by side. We give you 7-8 minutes to go around the bulls and look at them side by side. Then we'll walk them right back around and line them up head in line for you to take a look at them that way as well. All members, if you'll come by and get your ballots, we're ready to go ahead and start. we can go ahead and walk the bulls. If you would, just lead forward a little bit, peel off. We can actually just line them up head to tail right through the middle. Make one circle around, line up right through the middle this time. Everyone remember our final futurity events at the Sheraton Inn Hotel tonight in the ballroom. We sell them 4 memberships to the Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Futurity. Events going on, cash bar, naming scholarship winner also for the $1,000 scholarship that we're giving away. Everyone's welcome. Please join us. We've got about 5 minutes here. If everyone would go ahead and mark your ballots, get them on in to us here. Everyone would go ahead and mark your ballots. Go ahead and bring them onto the podium here. We're going to go ahead and release the bulls and let them just hang out in the makeup area back here for a few minutes. We'll bring you back in and name our champion, Breeders' Choice, Gelbvieh Bull Futurity Bull, as soon as we make our tallies on the votes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We've completed our tally on the Balancer Bull Futurity. We're going to bring the top 5 bulls back in the ring, and I'm going to just bring them in numerical order. The youngest bull is lot number 3, BR 1307H, exhibited by Beestrom Ranch. The next bull will be lot number 6. Lot number 6, and that is Block Party, exhibited by Gelbvieh. Right across the page is lot number 7, Patton 68 H324, exhibited by Judd Ranch. Next will be lot number 8. Homeland 56H, exhibited by Taubenheim Gelbvieh. And then the 5th bull coming in the ring will be lot number 11, record year 9190G, exhibited by Rayleigh Gelbvieh and Balancer. All right, as I mentioned earlier, we just did one voting. It was completed. And so what we'll be doing is I will identify our 2 runners-up, and then from our 3 remaining bulls, we will let you know who the champion bull is. The champion bull will then have the drawing for possession and half semen interest on the champion bull. And by the way, recall that the membership rules did change for 2021. You are allowed to purchase additional units of semen on the champion bull. If you are a futurity member, you will be allowed to purchase additional units in that 2-year lockup period. So that money will be split between the exhibitor, between the person who won the bull and the futurity, and all of that with the winnings. We have high expectations that this year will be one of the highest payouts in the bull futurity record history. So, guys, we've got a tremendous lineup. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and announce the runners-up. There's no particular order. It's just runner-up. Okay. Each of the runners-up will get a check today for $2,500 for their runner-up animal. And actually, we're going to announce those just in numerical order. So one of the runners-up today is lot number 3. And if I could have one of the juniors to come up, please. Beestrom Ranch. If you would, let you present that to them. If we could have another junior making their way up here, please. Our other runner-up is lot number 8. Let's give those folks a round of applause. We'll get pictures with those in just a bit. And again, once the bull is successfully collected, enough semen for our membership, for the sales, and we'll settle up with our champion bull. And this year, Well, these bulls are going to do tremendous this week. And this year, our champion balancer bull futurity winner, let's give him a round of applause. Lot number 6. Congratulations. Congratulations. Folks, I want to appreciate y'all being here today. We had 14. We had one scratch at the last minute. We had 96% of our membership voted. And one of the reasons I think that is, some of them I know you didn't see here, they voted by proxy. One of the reasons is that you had to be here to participate and vote or have someone vote for you for the drawing. So with that, if the juniors would step over here, we're going to do our drawing right quick. We'll step right on through this. Now, if you are a member of the futurity, listen up. The first person drawn out will get consolation prize, and then every 10th person will get one. We have our Gelbvieh history book with us today, and so if you're drawn out and I announce your name as getting one of these, if you would, please step down here and we will give you one of the history books that we have here at the front desk. All right. These cards have been well shaken. If you would grab one. Okay, wait a minute. I got to pull one of them out. Excuse me. I've got to pull the champion bull out. Can y'all help me look for J.J. Beeler? These aren't. Just help me make sure I don't miss JJ's number. One. He was voting for 2 people, but he only has 1 membership. He had several folks that just did not feel comfortable being here. I can't blame them. Here he is. Okay, so we're going to pull it out. You guys throw it in there. Okay, we pulled JJ's card out of the bag, so I'm going to shake this up. Okay, go ahead. Who wants to draw first? Whoever draws first they'll get a prize, so don't be bashful. Who is this? Okay, Post Rock Cattle Company will be getting, and I know Leland's not here, but we will get this to him. He will be getting the history book. He was our first name drawn out. Okay, here we go. All right, number 1. Okay, Sunset Ridge Farms. Okay, guys. Everybody just line up and go. Tom Murphy, September Farms. Ertl Cattle Company. Taubenheim, Clay John Farms, Crooked Creek Cattle, Cranview Gelbvieh. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Let me see. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be number 8. Seacross. This is number 9. The next one will get. Okay, Cross 7 Ranch. So the next one will get one of our history books. And that is Josephine Farms in South Dakota. And I know they're not here today. Okay. Okay, Rayleigh Gelbvieh. Mettler. Overmiller. Kittle. Judd Ranch. Tammy Cush. Wade Bull Alliance. How many is that? 3, 7. Okay. This is 8. T-Bar S. Okay, this is 9. Warner Beef Genetics. So this one will get another of our history books. Oh, wow. This one will go with the family of R&D Owen, Don Owen. I'll carry that to them. Okay. Okay, Plateau Gelbvieh. Sorry. TJB. Hilltop. Cave Creek. Dustin Tolsma. Gail Rippey. Skylar Martin. This is 8. Mark Goes. It's 9. This one will be a winner of our history book. Marlon Meyer. Okay. Go ahead. McIntosh Brothers. Doug Hilly. Green Hills Gelbvieh. Al Knapp. Kevin Ireland. Jackie Linhart. Coles Bend. Gary Carlisle. Cedar Top. Now this one will be a winner of the history book. Don Donnell. Okay. All right. Getting down now. Okay, Cove Creek. Vaughn Thorstensen. Bill Wilkinson. That's all right. Jeff Tabor. Jeff Swanson. Beestrom Ranch. Todd Hodges. Mark Crane. That's 8. Hoyer Ranch. Okay, this one will win a copy of the history book. 3G Ranch. All right. Thank you. Rumfelt Gelbvieh. Steve Arp. Rodney Barwick. Butler Creek. Little Windy Hills. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, we have 2 left. So the next one drawn out will get the history book, and then the final person will get the bull. Well, Mr. Dobson's a proud owner of a Gelbvieh history book. And with that, That leaves member number 25, and I'm sure you know who you are. That'll be Flying Ace Genetics, the Helms family. Congratulations to them. If you would, might join us down to take our pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be in touch with you about the semen after it's over with, once we get the bull to collection to stud. Thank you again for your participation in the 2021 People's Choice Balancer Bull Futurity. At the sale tomorrow night, we will be announcing our scholarship winner during some of the junior presentations. I want to thank all the juniors for their help, the staff for helping to count, and I want to thank all of our members and especially the exhibitors for doing a tremendous job. Thanks again.
Okay, we're going to bring back in the Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Futurity entries. Entries 1, 5, and 6. We're going to name our champion. We will give the awards to these bulls. All 3 bulls get awards tonight, so we will present those awards at our event night tonight. But if we will, go ahead and let's bring our bulls back in. Entries 1, 5, and 6. We have entry 6 coming to you from Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. Entry 5 from Taubenheim Gelbvieh, Amherst, Nebraska. And entry 1 from Pro Heart Seed Stock, Pueblo, Colorado. Congratulations to these members and the bulls that they brought here for you today. We thank everyone involved today as well. Thank you for the membership. Please make sure you join us tonight. It's a fun night, a lot of things going on, and everybody will have a great time. At this time, I'm going to ask John Shear to step out and congratulate the 2021 Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Futurity Champion. The bull will sell in the national sale tomorrow night. If someone has interest in purchasing possession on the bull, please contact me. I'll tell you the details that are involved with the Breeders' Choice Gelbvieh Bull Futurity. At this time, we'll let John do his thing. Entry number 1 from Pro Heart Seed Stock. Congratulations. If everyone remembers to join us tonight, we're selling 4 memberships for this year. You're in the drawing to win the bull. If you purchase tonight, you're in the drawing, and then you're a member. You'll be a member for the next year with membership dues available are due every year. So thanks again. Congratulations. We'll see you tonight.